I'm gonna start streaming. Yes, to stream. Let's go stream, stream, stream. Oops, I mean girl. Refreshing. Yeah, we should have it online right now. It's definitely. It says it's. Oh, wait, why do I have. There we go. So it's excellent. I believe that we should be online right now. I should even try to write something in the chat. I say. If I type hello, will that thing show up on stream? It will definitely do so. It's definitely me going there in the stream. So I welcome everyone to the stream as right now. As the title says, it's a tier list of the completed anime of 2024. Now, of course, this tier list is including entries that are generally about the anime that have completed the previous year, which not only are animes that was airing during that time, but also animes that was, of course, some has been even going back to the 80s. I believe this is a perfect time to reflect the year of watching this content of this specific genre of animation and see what we have to enjoy. Now, for someone who was following me on Twitter, I want to at least apologize for those on over there and on here on YouTube. I was originally supposed to plan on doing this tier list back in before the year was ending, but I was hopeful that I would at least do it in the previous year, but sadly I couldn't do it due to some constraints on the technical side and that I really want to at least watch one of the movies before the year ended, which is why the list here is so few in between. And some of these animes were Dragon Ball Daima and Dragon Ball Super Heroes, I think one of the latest Dragon Ball movies. It was one of those there was for basically for two different reasons. And I would probably now like categorize them for, like, for example, Dragon Ball Daima and Dragon Ball Super Heroes. Is that both of those supposed to watch within a complete list were, of course, based on what came during the year and what came before. For someone like Dragon Ball Daima, which was Chi, Orb, and City Hunter Angel Dust, is that I either couldn't get those things, I either couldn't watch those things, or those were still was going to run even despite the year was ending. Also, hello there, Bant Takasuki. I hope you're enjoying the stream, and so far right now, I'm just trying to explain a little bit here. And the other side for the ones who are streaming is the other side that was currently the ones I was supposed to watch this year that's already been out. These entries was Dragon Ball Super Heroes, Aim for the Ace, Noel's Fantastic Trip, Maiden Abyss the third movie, More Onisan, and Lupin the Third versus Cat's Eyes. The reason why I didn't watch these ones is that I was regularly holding polls on Twitter which of these entries I would watch, and these are certified losers that did not get the first place at all. And those animes I did watch and those I have been watching despite not being on my to-do watch list is in here. So now to even do quickly described tier list, we have the regular A, B, C, and D, which A is one of the higher quality to D is one of the lower quality. But we also have two unregular entries, which are new faves and sent back to the factory in all caps. Now, to explain the new favorite is basically going to be almost like an S tier, but I do believe that I'll say new favorite is that something of these entries right now are in my heart. Like, it's basically going to be very subjective, but I'm going to probably explain that for as well. Is that new favorite is probably, as it sounds, is the new favorite of mine, which is the series I put on high quality, despite has been watching it now all of episodes or the movies in this regard, and probably is going to be in there for a longer time, as there's some more quality here than just the subjective matters. We are of course going to be also looking at the objective. and send it back to the factory are, we know, the worst of the kind, which is why it's in right down there in the bottom. And I'll probably give it to more reason why that one is the worst as we are going through the list. Let's see, this one should be now on YouTube. I wonder if my voice is being able to be heard. So if I... Alright, I did hear my voice. I did now check the other laptop. It seems to be going good. At least I'm now happy that it's been going, because it have been some usual technical struggles when it comes to one of these things, and I regularly try not to do anything super duper specific about these things, and like I try to at least have the best quality and the best streaming experience for everyone to enjoy. So as for now, I'll try to do my best. So we could see, have I at least gone through all the examples of series I didn't watch and the tier lists. I'll probably right now begin talking about one of the first entries, which is Armitage III, which is also including Armitage Pauling Matrix, which is a summarized movie. Now this OVA series, which was during the 1995, which had 4 episodes and was produced by Pioneer LLC, and the studio was AIC. Now Armitage III it's a sci-fi detective story which is full of action, which takes place in 2046. This animation, of course, this animation is probably very graphical, as it's rated as R+, but it definitely has some sort of a chance that you could even follow it despite having been in that demographic. And to just give an example of how this story is, it's basically taking place on Mars in the very future, where a detective called Ross Sibilis coming in, transferred over there to have to some department. But during the airport, there's happening to be a murder over there, and Armitage in the scene, and they meet up and from there we are going for some sort of a detective story and going through all of Mars. Now, and we can even look here at the cast. We see that Armitage is a very, she's of course the role model of the show, and of course it's almost the most opposite side is called Ross. Now, my thought about this anime is it's sort of want to do a lot of things at this short of time, but it doesn't seem to be either handling that well. This anime, when it comes to 90s anime, specifically during 1995 and this kind of era, I unfairly compare it to Ghost in the Shell, especially when in this anime it's all about some part of terraform of Mars, and sort of having a colony over there, and then going off for all of the different sort of cybernetic and artificial intelligence, which goes to the different levels. And in this specific world, we have artificial intelligence, which are called the third, which in this context is artificial intelligence that could reproduce, which happen mostly to be females. And of course, when a murder happened with the third type, which is highly illegal in this world, that's where we get into the central conflict of this entire thing. And the issue about this entire anime with the director and the writer is that it does feel like they are handing a lot of new information to the audience, but they don't take the time to dissolve it or going through it thoroughly. We are introduced to these things, but we are not going entirely on all of these subjects. And it is specifically, I want to say that in this OVA, and it does feel like this is one of the directors, one of the first bigger roles where he can handle all of the project, and it does seem to be in that case even in the writing. Because the thing is about it, when it comes to detective stories and introducing in a sci-fi world, you have to be very thorough and be very thoughtful of how you introduce the subject to a new audience, because back in 1995, artificial intelligence wasn't this advanced even into this day and age where we can have a little more thoughtful when it comes to machines independent learning, especially when they are so advanced as Armitage. And by the way, like to go for the title alone, Armitage the Third, is that it's not her real name when it comes to she isn't the third Armitage. The third is basically a reference to how she's called, how she is the third type, as she's supposed to be like this someone like a third type that's become a cop for some reason. Like I know there's a line on there both in the Polymatrix and the original OVAs that are talking about the reason why she becomes a cop, but it's very like it's almost like she has what's grade is supposed to be higher, but she decided to become a cop instead. And one of the reasons why I say that, it does feel like the person, like I don't want to say amateuristic, because I do believe amateur can even do some good, decent job. I just think that the capability of the writing here is not the greatest, and it doesn't show off to how much you can evolve or exploit the world of anything. It just feels very cut and dry, despite how many layers of artificial intelligence we're going through, and even the idea of transform Terra Mars. And especially when it comes to Armitage, which is, yeah, like I noticed that the thumbnail there is very weird, that it has, I basically didn't have much time to consider it. I can just screen cap what I have already here. See, I just press I press print screen and I'll do that. It's definitely is one of the things, but this entire thing is like, it does feel a bit undercooked if I have to explain to another degree of it. I just hope that some of this animation is, I mean, some of the even animation, it doesn't, is super well done. It has some good element, but at some points it doesn't seem to be that cut and very clean, or have been going through rehearsal. It does feel like it's basically one of the studios, like one of the first bigger project and want to tackle. It's, and should we now, like, it's definitely like a lot of themes that I want to go through, especially how it's supposed to even handle during the summer movie, which is Polymatrix, which in this case is almost tied with how they want to, at least when it comes to the quality field. But let me at least explain on that regard. If we go back to Armitage, we see that the cast, we have some familiar faces here, like definitely Rusei Nako, which you probably mostly know for Carlos from Ashita no Joe, basically Ashita no Joe 2, or of course Frieza from Dragon Ball, but who remembers that? But generally I'm surprised that most, like the head cast isn't that super well known. I do believe that their voices are entirely okay. If I have to pick my favorite, it's probably going to be Rusei. I do feel he has a lot more energy to say all about this, and he has a lot to go through. But I do believe that there's some things here that is definitely need to be like either like better put together, or like be sharpened when it comes to the script. Like for example, if you want to go through the, and like if you want to go through like the first scene when they first meet each other, there's some issues when it comes to how, like Armitage is supposed to be very strong in this one, by the way. Like, and Rio Sibilis is, or Ross Sibilis in this case, is that he has a basically like some sort of, not entirely deep hatred for androids, but he doesn't have something against how to explain it to how he wants to have, like he has had been basically an accident with his previous partner, and he doesn't seem to like android or artificial intelligence that much, and he has this very wary but very like caution when it comes to anything when it comes to artificial intelligence, and then realize Armitage at first was the third, but in the same episode he does learn about it, and they basically start out their very disjointed relationship in that way. Of course, you can see how both could play off each other, but it doesn't seem to be that Armitage is that great of being a cop or a detective. Like, of course, she can gather information on her own, but she doesn't seem to be a good partner for Ross in this case. Like, of course, it doesn't have to be a bad script or anything when I have two different polar opposites, but it just feels like Armitage is too reckless even to be considered cop or being lip-serviced as saying she's a good cop. Because honestly, she feels more like a bounty hunter when how reckless she had been doing with the investigation and how she approaches people and how she causes so much collateral damage and even put her partner in danger in so many occasions. It just becomes wild. Like it's just really like this feeling that they wanted to really have to say that she's a real good guy, but she kind of doesn't care about some people. Like during the first scene when they meet up, like it's Armitage is supposed to be like medium strong or like very ordinary for being a girl, and where an android like almost handle her, like holds her up. She also fails to jump. She also jumps on a car, but fails to catch up. For some reason, I don't know. Even the plot doesn't know how she actually failed to catch them. And like you, most of like accept all of this, but then later on, when you learn that Armitage is super strong, she can basically take some bullets in her and then even punch really strong as even during the Poly Matrix and in the sequel. It becomes very weird that she can. Like the first scene, she wasn't even showing like all of her power, specifically for the person she was hunting. And I do believe that both now like Armitage and Sybilis is like the strongest when it comes to at least character we most spend time with, but it's not that great. I don't think the rest of the cats are that noticeable. I do believe one of the other policemen, which are basically the checking out the dead bodies. Like he's probably one of the more guys I do like. I do not know his name on the first tab, but I do believe that he has. Let's see. Does he actually appear in here? I can look at sheet. Is he? Yo, is he Eddie or was he? Like it's not been too long since I watched Armitage. It's sort of like, no, I'm gonna say it's Eddie. It's probably Eddie. Yes, it's Eddie. And I do believe that he's definitely like one of more. He's actually the program, so probably that's why I do like him. Now we're just thinking about it, because it's definitely this anime does have some potential. It could probably use the fifth OVA or like trying to balance out the detective work with action a bit, because it do feel like oh yeah, oh yes, what happened in the first episode. Oh, how did I almost forget about that? Well, if in the first episode there was this instance where when they actually find one of the suspect or the actual murderer of this case, is that oh my god, I have to explain this as well. Oh, it's definitely more like flawed when it comes to the script as well. So let's go back to the basic at hand. Let's go back to how it was all. Like I trying to specifically understand how to do all this. Let's see, can we customize? Can I? Because in the beginning of it all, we're like Armitage failed to capture this guy who's obviously the murderer. We will learn about it, and she throws the handcuffs at him. He has the handcuffs all the way to the second confrontation at the end of the episode. He has it on when he's streaming to the public about his message about killing the thirds, and when he meets about the like Sybilis later on, like Ross. I don't know why he has the cuffs on him. He can easily take it away. He is an android in this case, so I don't know why he still has that on. And then we learn that he used that handcuffs to trick Ross to come to him for some reason, why he would specifically want to call out Ross in this case. Then he go after the cops, trying to murder him, despite him saying he specifically wanted to kill thirds. So I don't know why he want to go kill humans now. So he lures him into the church. Ross has a gun, by the way, so he is armed. So he goes to Ross comes in. he trying to talk to him like, hey, there's no God here. You don't need to like pray. So he comes back behind Ross, still with the fucking handcuffs on him, like on his one hand, and trying to choke Ross. And somehow Ross decides then that he wants to drop his gun and then flee away, which leaves the fucking murderer with fucking gun, which is called Dan Claude, we can call him. So the murderer is Dan Claude, and Dan Claude is trying to like then he has the gun both in the handcuffs, still on him. Like, it's one of these things that I wonder why a character does things, because it pays off later on. And of course the stupidity of Ross just decided to drop his gun when he could just easily picked it up again after he like tried to take it away. And that gun is loaded, so it just becomes bad for Ross all over. Like, it's one of those things that the script doesn't want to set up, but it doesn't understand that it doesn't make sense when people are doing it for their own sake, and it's definitely one of these things. And of course, back to how Armitage is very reckless. She's causing a lot of damage to destruction all on. She's obviously teasing with human, even aliens and all, like all the, not aliens in this case, just artificial intelligence. And the plot seems that it just has one of these moments that just almost spread around for each episode, which doesn't seem to be going that well. And I won't spoil too much about the ending. It's definitely could have been a lot more better than it already is. Like, how to tie everything, if you want to do, how to go through this detective work to uncover this conspiracy about the third. Now I also have to now mention about Polymatrix, which is the summer movie, as I mentioned before, which basically compile all of the OVAs to one. It sometimes makes something better. It sometimes makes things worse. Which, for example, in the movie, it actually has it actually includes the autopsy of one of the third, and we actually go through a lot more information from there and in a lot more quick succession than, for example, in the OVA, when Ross had to basically go to one of the guys and interview him, and we had like one of these Sailor Moon android looking like, which was very, very fun to actually viewing that. Sadly, it wasn't like a cameo, but it's still. So it's basically having all that information, but now going through a like autopsy. And I thought it was very strange that the first OVA did not have that autopsy scene. But why this one has a little more worse is that remember the scene when I talked about how Ross basically losing the gun when he tried to hunt Don Claude in the first episode? Here it is that we had the same cut when Don Claude is tricking him on following him, and then we are cut like a scene later when he has his gun. We don't know how he lost it or how he even. It's like somewhat even worse. Like, I'm very odd that both Polymatrix and the OVA are tied. Usually, summer movies are even worse, or like they are perhaps even better, depending on what kind of summarization we are doing. Like, and it's so weird. But I do believe that there are still some parts of Polymatrix. Like, if you want to at least want to watch Artimage, I could recommend the movie if you don't want to watch the OVA. But I would say that if you want to watch the movie, you could at least watch the OVA as well, because there's some stuff about the world you could at least get some information about. But I do say the movie specifically, not because of the short time, but I do like how that thing's on the note it ends on. And it has actually a good line of dialogue, at least a little final scene after everything, and it does feel a little more. It does feel like the guy who worked on it actually redrafted and actually added that scene in. It does feel a little bit better than the original, but yeah, if I have to put Armitage on anything, I will put it on D tier. Like, it does feel like there's some good stuff in here, but you have to rewrite some scenes and you have to sometimes cut up some of the fat, but sometimes also add some new stuff in. It's salvageable, and you could definitely, I would definitely say you could watch it if you like 90s sci-fi, but do not expect anything that is even close to something that is considered like Ghost in a Shell. Not at all. And of course, this doesn't say it is entirely horrible. This is just in comparison to everyone else. But now that was Armitage and Polymatrix. Let's actually talk about the sequel, Dual Matrix, which was released in 2002, which means this movie was very inspired by The Matrix, which came some few years before. And it's quite obvious that this one it's inspired by The Matrix. Besides the title, this title probably does not even have original idea, was only go to copy what it said was Polymatrix, but this feels a lot of Matrix inspired, because if the previous one was full of some mecha battles and some like much more with gunfire, this is more close combat when it comes to the action scenes. And this is less about detective work and more about it's more about trying to, not to like who done it, but more like how to catch him. In that regard, if you want to do anything sort of reflection of detective work, and it sort of becomes more of a battle of how to do with all the thirds. Now, this is now taken a few years later after the original Armitage, and it's actually, and you know what? Both Armitage and Ross, or Syllabus in this case, has now started a family on a different name because they were, and they actually have a kid now, which now has caused her to almost have a normal life, but something happened that one of the factories has now been, of the third, had actually been destroyed. A secret factory, you could say, in this regard. Now, not, and so Armitage has to leave her role as a mother and try to be herself again and go now to Earth to figure out what has going on. And if I have to summarize this very quickly, I do believe this one is slightly better than the first Armitage and even movie. I have several reasons. Is that first of all, we have new voice actors. And if you know some of them, if you are familiar with Tsukihime, you might recognize this name, Ryoka Zuki. And even one of the other actors here who was, is one of the other actor we could find here, which is, what is his name? I do believe, here the Colonel Strings, which is Yuji Nakata. And they are doing a little more better job when it comes to performing. Their voice acting is definitely a step up comparing to what we had before. And I do believe the story is definitely more tighter because it doesn't have to introduce much. It doesn't have to say what it needs to set up or do anything other than just introducing the character again and say what they are doing. And they do also reflect on some decision they have been done before and even during the movie if there's any recklessness. And it does feel like the people who have done this has a little more experience with scripting, which it not sealed tight. It definitely is better to do. Better, it doesn't have less holes or any issue when it comes to it. The only issues when I see right now when it comes to the usual when the villains are trying to kill the character but they don't kill the character doing this quickly, which is especially ouchies when it comes to the enemies sometimes are artificial intelligence. And it doesn't feel like it does feel like even that at sometimes the villains are sometimes douchey on their henchmen, which is, I wonder why you would be doing that, especially when your henchman is a third party, because that would mean that he would immediately want to take revenge on you. So yeah, if you haven't noticed this already, this is unscripted, so I won't be going through this entirely. Like I'm trying to, as now, remember as much as I did for this movie, and it does definitely go more on the subject on making androids like, are they being more human than just being human on what they are created, but actually having giving rights. Because mostly everyone who is a third have to hide that they are actually artificial intelligence or AI, and actually be and try to pretend or say that they are human beings with different names. I could also definitely go through the themes, but I don't believe that should be much of a case. Consider this is definitely more action oriented than the previous one. But I do believe that there are definitely are some things in here that could have been better. But I would definitely even say that there's some things that are unintentionally doing that it kind of damaged the first movie. Is that mostly what we learned from people who are or like who are artificial intelligence, or the third in this specifically, is that they have sort of a video memory of what their latest memory of. So for example, if you, let's say that you have tried to memorize the numbers on a street, like if you go to one room to another, a third could actually have a video evidence of what were the numbers before. So that if you take some of their memory or their video bank, you can actually have a very good audio, both audio and visual quality of what of their memory is. And this thing sort of makes it adds troubles to the previous one, because consider there was murder of the third or androids in the previous movies. Previous movie and the OVA is that why didn't none of the autopsy guys or anyone even try to go through that? Because if you consider how what happens in a movie and then you go back to this one and see how they could easily just gather evidence, you kind of see how that could create problem for why the people didn't do that back in then. And it doesn't even help that in some cases people doing some stupid decision that would cost them dearly. And this is like for official people who are supposed to be very level-headed and just take everything for like, and just suddenly do things that would basically you do for chances or gambling. Like someone sending out a representative but doesn't give them any bodyguards or anything, not to spoil what happens in the movie. But overall, I would say that this one is better than the previous movie. It's not on a slight degree that it's definitely that much higher up, but it's definitely feel that it both adds some new stuff which is welcome, but it's also adds some problems to it. And I do wish I could remember more of the movie, but I do believe that it's slightly better. But it doesn't really go off to another tier. It doesn't become amazing because of it, because of its issues and what it actually has to try to follow up on. And it's do feel like maybe it should be in the future become higher if there was anything afterwards, but it does feel like Artemage in this regard is not a series that is going to come back anytime soon. Let's see, this was, yeah, it was adapted. It was it all based on the manga? Or was it just this one just original? Okay. Alright, it was based on a manga, but it's only in 2 volumes. So I'm not sure if Artemage Dual Matrix actually is a follow-up on the manga, or like it's a new continuity all overall. Perhaps it was this manga and the OVA was some sort of a dual things that you have. One thing that you have. Yeah, it's like one thing that you have and releasing at the same time. Some anime and manga did that. But let's actually talk about some adaptation, or at least new material, which I do like. City Hunter movie, Shinjuku Private Eyes. It's one of the latest movies. It's one of the returning series. It has one of my one of my favorite 80s animes, a new movie from that era, made in 2019. It was made by Sunrise. So you know that they're going to be by the same studio who did before. And it's paid by PG-13. And of course, it has a regular cast over here with the legendary himself, Akira Kamiya. And then of course Kuzi Ikuru and Harumi Ichirose. And of course, we won't forget that this is also a movie with the cat's eyes. But the story? But let's say what the story is about. And it's about another typical, actually a typical City Hunter episode, but in movie format. It's I won't like if you're very familiar with how City Hunter is. This movie is probably gonna be very familiar. Let me just take a drink. Yes, this is very familiar territory if you have been regularly watching City Hunter. Of course, this is now in 2019 with updated visuals, with the widescreen, and with some new technology in the world. For example, instead of a blackboard that you have on, you have to have an app. You have to have QR code on a piece of board, and then you have to scan it, and then write XYZ. And somehow they will know exactly who's been writing it, and what their message is, and if they are in the vicinity or not. Now, I don't know why some of these updates is necessary, but I do believe that it could. It's basically saying that we take place in the current year instead of just having it as regular, which would make more sense. Because why would you have something as titled app for people who are basically poor? Anyways, this is another. This story is basically another bodyguard story, but with a twist that this is now being a much more bigger deal than usual, which some episodes are regularly in City Hunter. But we don't complain. It's all fun and games. It's regular Ryo Saiba shenanigans. He goes on with Mokoris. We see Kaori with her giant hammer. We have some good voice acting. We have, even though some of the cast are very, very older. Like if you hear Ryo Saiba is regular, but when he goes to Hitomi, she will hear the age in her voice. She's no longer younger. She has some little more constraint, but we don't complain too much. We understand that this is sort of a get together after so many years of absence. But hey, I do like it. I do like how the visual on this is it's very true to how it was in the 80s and 90s. It doesn't become so boring in my if you want to talk about if you are bored or not. The plot is very basic. It has some levels. It also has very much call-outs to previous episodes, where some characters, which I noticed, or some background characters, are very familiar to what they've been in some other previous installments. Like if you saw one client in one of the earlier stories, you will see a client there or similar one who looks like that. Now, since this is a very basic story, which has some cool effects, which has some cool scenes, it has basically only that. It has some good cast. It has some good main cast. Probably the star of the show. I feel like the villain of the week and the damsel of the week are just entirely okay. They are okay. I do believe they could have somewhat been better. I believe some people are still questioning why the main villain would be anything to do with the main damsel. But they do give out some reason why it is the case, why they want to have the ultimate power of war and technology on their side because of the eye track technology, which is tied to her dad. And we of course see the legendary Cat's Eyes, which also has many reprising roles. which I honestly don't think. Do I even want them in the movie? That's a bit good question, because they don't do that much than just appearing to the cafe and then to help out Cowdy. In this case, we don't, and they see like they are very minimal in this movie. I don't know why they would even be added in. Like, I don't know, maybe this was just the introduction to Cat's Eyes for a newer audience, which they would later appear in Lupin the Third versus Cat's Eye, and then in City Hunter Angel Dust, until finally have their own anime remake. Like, that's not a real dedication to actually make a character appear again. It's like you have, like you have like I don't know what is pretty. You have Pretty Cure. Then one episode you have like Ghost Sweeper Mikami, like you Ghost Sweeper Mikami cast in it, like Reiko, Okino, and Yokoshima in that. Like in just a little bit in that special or movie. And then you have like Giga no Kintaro versus Ghost Sweeper Mikami, and then you have like Pretty Core other movie, and then later you do finally have Ghost Sweeper Mikami. Like it's one of those weird steps what they have. I do know why, because City Hunter and Cat's Eyes are from the same creator, and I do believe Cat's Eyes has been in was it made by Sunrise as well? Oh no, it wasn't. Okay, it was Tokushin. So I just believe that it was made by the same creator, the same manga creator. All right, then I understand. But I don't believe that they don't give much in the movie. It just doesn't feel like they have that much reason to belong there. But I do believe that this is a very cool movie. It has many of the old music coming up. I was very pumped to hear most of the OPs and EDs that are not from what was it? Not from City. It was mostly from City Hunter 1 and 2, maybe 91, but it was definitely not from 3, if I remember at least the opening. So if I actually had to put this one in any tier, I would probably put it in B tier. I believe that this is a past movie. It's a return to City Hunter, which their formula. It didn't do super well in the box office, but it did at least better than Angel does, which is making me very concerned for that movie, which I'm gonna watch later when it's available. But I believe it's at least like a very quick return from City Hunter, which is not the final City Hunter, which is gonna be Angel Dust. See, is there anything more I just want to come up here? I do believe that there's. Oh yeah, there was the music one. Besides the reusing of older OPs and EDs from City Hunter, we had a new music which was made by the same guy who did. Yeah, it was JoJo Bizarre Adventure 2 Overdrive, which I thought was very funny how they added that guy. Which I do like, which is probably why solidified that in B tier. It could have been better, but I do believe it's good. It's definitely good there as it is. Alright, next one we have Dan the Dan. It's now one of the more recent anime. It's actually come out from October and ended in December. It's made by Saru, and it seems to be the very popular show of this season. I've been active on Twitter, and if you know, Dan 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 is being very talked about on Twitter for both good and bad reasons, or at least not as good reasons to be said. And it seems to have a very good mix of both new and old VAs. Some of them are very popular in this case, and it's seems to be a very it's a very, how could I say it? It's actually a pretty good anime. I'm not familiar with the manga in this case, but I do believe that the story they are saying in this adaptation is quite good. I know some people had been very skeptical about going to anime, especially when it comes to mixtures of both science fiction and supernatural, but I believe that this is a good mixture of both of them. You have one who is very interested in one aspect, which is the supernatural, which is Momo, and one which the UFOs or what was it, UFP or something, which is Okarun or Ken Tekaru in this case. And they are. And this is basically a somewhat both a supernatural and comedy and somewhat a little more romantic in this manga. Now, I do believe that in this case that both are, and both are, this is very like interesting because both of them are beginning as two people on opposite end, and they are really fierce about their opposite end. Like Momo is saying that ghosts and supernatural are real and UFOs are not, while Okarun says that UFOs is real but ghosts aren't. And they decide to prove each other right or wrong, and in the end they both get in trouble and get their superpower from there. And of course you see that even that, and you even see that how both have become more depending on each other, as they are now together in this kind of twisted thing. Of course, not to spoil much about these events, but I do believe that all of the episodes that go from each other are very important to the plot, and they are quite tight. They are good enough. There are no big issues when it comes to character interaction on how they are and if there's any wrong with the plot. There perhaps is something probably more at the end of the season, but I'll probably cover that a little bit. But I do believe that in the strongest side, it's gonna be about both Momo and Okarun. I do believe their interaction with each other when they're coming more closer to each other and learn from each other becomes far more interesting. Then of course we have to talk about the supporting cast, which we have Granny, we have Ari, we have Turbo Granny, and we have Jin, and even the Mr. Shrimp Man, which is a very, very funny character who you see on the flip side when it comes to turn. I do believe that the supporting cast does not shy away of how great or fun they can be. But I don't think that they're taking too much space for the main character. I believe that the actions can be very, very creative when it comes to how they solve the issues and how to visualize it. And I do believe that there's no really big issues that I've seen in the discourse about this anime. I haven't noticed anything that is particularly wrong with how they portray or like how they come to these events. It does feel somewhat arbitrary that some events have to happen, like someone has to lose something or how to have to regain it. But I do believe that the story flows in naturally, and it does do it in its good regards. I do believe that, yes, I do think that probably at the end of this season ends on a cliffhanger, which I think is a little bit dirty on that end. Which I specifically think that, if I have to be as spoiler-free as possible, is that Momo should at least know what was going to happen when she went alone. But I probably could argue both for and against, but I do believe that still is very curious how she still knows that how ghosts work, but she's decided to go out alone. Of course, I'm not familiar with the manga, it probably happened something different. But I just think it's a little bit that bothered me about it. Alright, what was the other things I was thinking about on? Yeah, because it has definitely some good voice acting. I'm not familiar with the English voice acting for this one. But I do believe that there's always a little fun when it comes to how to interaction with both. Well, the character even though this has a very clear goal when it want how to reach, it definitely is tangled in with this character. And I do believe it's for probably one of the best reasons, because The character dynamic is great. You have another person added in, and it just feel like they are fitting in there right. And I do like about the OP. I obviously seen that people have taken that this is very heavily inspired by Ultraman, which is obvious when it comes to how most Japanese supernatural, at least like supernatural or sci-fi, has become with Ultraman in this regard. But I don't really got. Yes, I know about ED. I was thinking about something else. The ED is quite decent, I would say. Some people have posted their reasons on why this OP is probably one of the better ones, which I could agree. It has all the visual styles, and I do believe that this is a good anime to actually jump into. It will probably be very rough at some scenes where you kind of probably have to be like aware that it's still going to be happen, but I don't think it's bad. I think it's quite good. Of course, we are ending on a cliffhanger on the late episode, and since I don't know the manga, I don't know how good this anime can become, or if there are any new scenes, or anything they have complementary from the manga itself. So just from what I can gather, or what I can remember, I do believe it's actually on A tier. It did a good job. I think that both the strongest sides are from what I mentioned, which I do again have to say it's about the characters, and I hope that they keep that character as fun as they have, explore new things, and see how they can do it. If I have to say, I think Okarun is probably one of my favorite characters in that regard, with of course Momo coming this second close. Yes, I do wonder, is second season gonna come? Is there any dates on when it's gonna come out? Okay, it's coming July. So it's gonna come very soon in the next year. So I hope I can at least catch that when it's actually arriving. But next one should actually be jii-san and baa-san. Wakaragaru, which is Grandpa and Grandma turn young again. Now this anime was quite surprising, I would say. I did not expect to actually watch this anime for the year. And of course, this is another adaptation of a manga which is only, how long did it air? Only 8 volumes, pretty short, with 209 chapters, which basically run for 4 years. It ended almost right before. Okay, that is interesting. I probably should check out if the anime ended the same as the manga. Because if that's the case, that would be pretty interesting. In this case, it's almost like the manga and anime ended at the same time as it started. But this was made by Gekku, and it's very short and sweet, with only 11 episodes. We do like this. So, what is the plot about, or at least about Grandpa and Grandma turning young again? Well, this is about 2 elderly couple living in the rural area, or at least in the farmlands of Japan. They have been married for nearly 60 years. Holy moly, that's a long time to be married. And one night when they decided to sleep and decide to wonder what the kind of regrets in life is, they suddenly turn young again after have eaten an apple the day before. And this apple was not any sort of apple. It was a golden apple from the tree which they have been helping out throughout the years. So this is one of those funny romantic and comedy series, which is about 2 couples who are already married and know each other very well. This, of course, is very unique for me because I don't usually watch romantic comedies where it's about already a married couple for so many years who basically are now who are old but turning young again. And of course, we have to talk about the 2 people who are Ine Satoi and Shozo Saito. which are voice acted by two older voice actors, which are quite doing good impression of sounding almost the same age or older, which is surprisingly something almost reaching that age considerably. And these two are the best part of the show. This this sort of a new idea that you have this older people marriage, but they are now turning young again to just show off what they can do else in life, and just to have this kind of effect that they're going to going to this old camp, so they can have this meet the parents that they almost the same age. This anime is almost full of those things, but we also see some sort of a more of the what was it called? The tech, no, we see the almost like how in biologically how they're changing and how they are sort of, even they are very old in their minds and even speaking almost the same speed, they are definitely more fresher, they are acting more young, and people are mistaking them for being much more younger than they are. But the thing is that, and then usually this isn't like the anime that wears down on this kind of gimmick that people are shocked that they are much more older than they look like. They actually have some more, definitely more sincerity in how people on this age are reflecting on the past and how they are looking out and even helping out on one of their own children. And it's definitely has some more heartful moments for this anime, which is I did not see coming. And they also have some flashback on how they were in their on the previous worlds in life and how the reason they decided to stay for so long. This anime is quite. I would say this is. I don't know if I'm gonna judge this very much fairly, because I do like the premise. I do like the character and how they will actually go against, and the little small story arcs they have, and how they want to pass out their knowledge to next generation. Is that most of the best quality are for the main couple right here, as the side character doesn't feel like they are that much fleshed out. Like, don't give them much more opportunities to do much more about them. There, of course, this side couple that comes in, but I don't believe that this is that super well. Like, this isn't an anime that you're looking for the most of the cast on to. You don't stay for the cast, you mostly stay for the main couple, which is sadly the case. But considering how short this anime is, and how on a good end it ended, and one of its highlights is, I can't say that I'm too disappointed on it. I do believe it's a good anime, and I probably think that in due time I probably warm up to it when I give it some better rewatch. But I believe it's actually on B tier. It's definitely gonna be probably go down or go below. I can't really say that much on how well it would sit on me. Maybe when I grow so much older, this anime becomes sort of like definitely more. I'll give probably more a soft spot for this anime, but I can't say for sure for now. Man, we already. Oh God, we already more than half an hour. I probably could do something, but let's say that the next one should be short but sweet, which is Kinnikuman, the perfect origins arc. With the new cast of character, with a new cast of voice actors in this regard, with some returning as some older people. And of course, this is finally a continuation of Kinnikuman. For the longest time when we got the preview, I thought at least, that this one was going to be a remake, which was going to summarize all the arc in this regard. But lo and behold, they actually did a manga accurate, or at least a more manga accurate version adaptation of the anime, or the newer manga that's coming out, that has been ongoing for very long time. And this one is not Be My Toy this time. This is, of course, the Toy Animation is one of the producers, but the studios here is Production IG, which is pretty solid. It has also Sweet with 11 episodes, but it doesn't seems to happen that super much in this. It mostly has a recap on the episodes here on events. I do believe that recap is so like I am 75% happy with it, considering how they have to recap most of the important parts of Kinnikuman. But also do it in the one episode I wanted to actually have not doing the recap of. So I do like the original manga chapter which was basically all the people who Kinnikuman fought was almost letting out some frustration a bit. But it was fine. It was okay to present it in that regard. But this is after all these tournaments, we finally have now somewhat a peace between all the three factions, which is the perfect, the devil. Yeah, there was a devil, not or was it demon? Is it? Well, okay, now I'm losing lore on the Kinnikuman. It was Justice, Perfect, and Devil Chojins, which but until one of the Perfect Chojins comes in, which has his own gang, which says, "Hey, the guy who did sign a treaty, he's not representing of Justice Chojin, and I don't like that. I'm now facing off everyone Justice Chojin to take over the Earth, basically." It's a very simple plot. We have some twist here, and some returns, of course. But it's definitely it's very simple and straightforward what everyone wants to be. Of course, Kinnikuman is now replaced by Mamoru Miyano, who also did Mendo in Yurusei Yatsura Season 2, and probably famous for other roles which I have not been paying attention to. But he's basically replacing the legendary Akira Kamiya, who was the previous Kinnikuman. And I do believe he does a fine job. I believe most of the people who has been now recast or jumping in now as the new voice actor have been doing a decent job. I don't find too much annoyance with the voice actors. Of course, some voice actors here didn't have much time to do their voice, and it was basically go off all to the Devil Chojin. But let's actually talk about the good points first. Besides the new updated animation and manga accurate story, it mostly has a very good pacing. Of course, pacing is not much when you have not much that is happening in this besides fights and explanation of character-related fights. But it's a good sort of good things to end up on just on these short terms. I would probably been better if they ended a little more later in the manga than just this short, but I won't complain since it is going to return just in, I don't know, 10 days from now from this recording? Yes, 10 days from now, around 10 days. Of course, most of this season is mostly focused on the Devil Chojin and how they're fighting against Justice Chojin, and how Terraman and Kinnikuman are mostly commenting about this thing. But I do believe the fights are quite good. I did like to just watch out an episode and just enjoy what it is. Some good wrestling fights. Something could be better, but I do like it. And the main villain of this arc. See, let's scroll down because there's a lot there. Big the Voodoo. What? No. It's not Big the Voodoo. It's not him. That's not his profile picture. We have to have Strong the Buddha, which is holy fuck. Okay, Mal has an spoilers in the fucking thumbnail. I don't know why but the voice actor for Strong Buddha and his presence is probably one of my favorites of this season or this anime. He looks constantly pissed. Can we actually see him here? Okay, so yeah, I want to see a specific. Yeah, here. He looks constantly pissed all the time. Like he has bloodstruck eyes, he has small pupils, and he always talks with his voice. Like he's also like the voice of Jujiro from Baki, and of course the new Jigen from Lupin the Third. And I just liked like how like laughs and how all everything like all the villains here are quite entertaining. Like I do like this shonen jump or like shonen fighting where the villains are like cartoonish, which is I believe Kickman is probably one of the better ones to show it off, but also show how the age and strategically all these plays are going. Like how there are fights and how they strategically show the fights and how everything goes out. I believe probably my favorites is see what was it? I believe one of my favorites was the one with the black hole. I do read it was black hole. It was Kinnikuman versus Peekaboo. And what was his name? Let's see. Can I find? Okay, remember or not? Look at spoilers. People. Oh, and Atlantis. Yes, Atlantis is. I do like that fight a lot, and I do believe it has some meaning to it. I do always like that, and it was quite bloody. All the fights were quite fun to watch. Most of them was. And those three fights was specifically one I did like. And even though Kinnikuman who is the main character in here, had so much little screen time, considering how much it happened, I do believe that even with the screen time he had, I do believe he did good. And I do believe the voice actor who did Kinnikuman in this did great. He did bring in the usual Kinnikuman stick, which was basically adapted from Akira Kamiya. And I do believe that he did a good job when it comes to emoting and going for tones and both sounding that as a character should probably be. And of course, I do believe that this entire anime is sort of a little bit letter to people who are liking Kinnikuman before, as this is supposed to be the return of Kinnikuman and seeing how everything is going out. I do believe the merch of this is a little bit questionable. Like they did spoil some characters of who they're going to be merged before they even begin on the anime, but I do believe it's sort of a mix there because even though manga has been going on for so long, I believe the manga is still ongoing and it's still ongoing, even though it took break in almost like end of the 80s. It's returned somewhere in 2000 or 2010s and basically we continue ever since. But yeah, I do believe Kinnikuman as it stands now, because sadly I'm not updated on the latest Kinnikuman. I believe I'm actually at the point where this anime almost ended, which is a sad thing because I did remember reading a lot of Kinnikuman years back. I did get into the newer version, the new chapters of this when it was new back then, but I didn't continue it for some reason. So, because a lot of this is that it ends on much of still like it's still hangs in a cliffhanger and still is pushing things the narrative to the next time and trying to lure in and see what's more deeper in it. So I wanted to put it on new favorite or at least on A tier, but since there's like a lot of stuff that I'm questioning and I'm very unsure on how it will continue from here, especially how the character who appeared right now and how they will go in the future. This is just me for someone who has now following the manga as the latest Kinnikuman things, even for the story. I do believe that I'm gonna put it probably in B tier, like high B tier at least. Because I feel like it's sort of missing some part of it. I'm not always being big awe, even though it's very much fun. I do believe I had much more fun and time with Kinnikuman I did with both City Hunter and jii-san, baa-san, but I do believe that it's definitely gonna need to see the last season to summarize it if this one did so good or this or not. But I do like the opening and I do like the AD. I do believe ED is probably one of my favorites of this year. It's a good sign out or like reminder of why we like Kinnikuman with all those manga chapter adapted. Even though it has some errors when it comes to one of the scenes that they probably edited out in very late in production. But let's actually move now from some recent anime to some animes I was from 7 years ago. Or at least some anime series, which is Kobayashi She Made Dragon. Miss Kobayashi Dragon Maid, which is made actually by Kyoto Animation. And I actually did something incredible here, because I didn't just watch this season. I watched the special, which was Oh Dragon. I watched Kobayashi Valentine. I watched the sequel series. I watched also the Maid Dragon, Mini Dragon, and all the things. So I actually been watching a lot of Dragon Maiden, Kobayashi stuff. And I even, would you believe it or not, even went and read the manga. I read most of the manga for some point. And you know what? Why I started to even do all of this? You know why I started to do any of this, even though I could have watched any other anime? Is that on Twitter, I just saw a game like, oh, here's some flashing images on GIF. Pause it and see what character you choose from. So I said, alright, what character did I choose? And you know what? Who I got? I got Elma, this dragon right here. And I said, hey, I do like this character design. Then I read about what she did, like, oh, she's a dragon. She likes food, like me for real. And oh, she's a programmer, like me for real, for real. Then I learned a lot more about what this anime was, and I said, you know, I could probably give it a shot. So I watched the first anime season. I said, yeah, this could be quite fun. So I watched the specials, and I watched the mini small specials, and then I watched the sequel series. And what can I say? This is actually, it was quite fun. Just quickly explain what Miss Kobayashi Dragon Maiden is that one day Kobayashi, a programmer for a company, suddenly gets visited by a big dragon, which she wonders who has turned into a dragon maiden. She is confused why this happened. Then she remembered that the day before she got drunk, she went to the forest, met a big ass dragon. She pulled a sword from the dragon, and then they started talking, bonded, and she said, why don't you live with me? And the dragon, who is Toru in this case, said, yes, I will do that. And from that day forward, Toru comes to Kobayashi, becomes her maid, and and this is all the wackiness happens from there. And it's quite funny that this event happened in the beginning, because Kobayashi seems to be quite miserable person. She always wanted to be like okay with her job, but she was almost getting power harassment for other worker, and she didn't live in a big apartment. She drank almost constantly, like she always go out with her colleagues. And if Toru did not come up in that day, her entire apartment would have been robbed. Which I do like about that in looking at retrospect, and how much this anime, how Toru has just basically changed Kobayashi's life for the better. Which this is now again another supernatural comedy slice of life, a little bit of romantic story, which I believe it's actually kind of cool, because this anime is quite laid back, with the exception of the episode where it becomes a conflict. But those conflict does not last long, because this anime is very laid back on how everything works out. Despite Kobayashi can transform into a humanoid maiden, she also very powerful. She knows a lot of magic. So if any sort of event that happens, that she blows up the apartment where Kobayashi is living, she can just repair it with magic. This kind of anime we're expecting right now, which is that not much of the conflict are in the world, or like how everything's going to be earth-shattering. It's more on the character side, which is very character driven, which was something I do like, when if you don't want to write a very deep lore or like big ass story, you can mostly focus on a character, which in this case was much more better because I do like most of the cast. Of course, you have Kobayashi, we have Toru, which I basically are the main character, which has very good kind of dialogue and kind of good chemistry, which I believe that they're both working good with each other. We have Kana, which mostly people are now, which has done, is very the smaller prankster. You have Quetzalcoatl, which people have seen her big thighs, and Mexican seems to be complaining about her. We have Fafnir, which is voiced by Yotaro Kujo, Daisuke Uno. And then we have Elma, the final dragon, which is also the one I picked as. No, not I picked, it was Fate that picked that for me and said, hey, this is the character design you would like. So I did that. But and then we have the humans, which is Kobayashi. We have Georgie. We have Riko Sayaka, which is the most bizarre third grader or like two grader which I had ever seen. Because she knows about stuff which she is not supposed to in her age and do something fancy. I don't know. I have a long time been a third grader, but I don't recall thinking like she did back in then. Then we have Shota, which is the funniest. Like, why would you call his dad called him really like Shota-kun? Then Makoto Takiya. And then we have also the rest of the character, which I can't see right now because I'm looking at the sheet code right here. Oh, brother, what? Oh, and then we have, of course, Toru's father, which you're probably going to find at some point in the story, which is going to involve conflict, but it's going to be probably not be as big. Oh, wait, yes! How do I even forget? Should I even mention about the one that meatball guy who did some drawing, complain about anime, talked about? It's going to be Ilulu. There you go. So, maybe I should go back and track on this. I do believe the chemistry between Kobayashi and Toru is pretty good for how it is for this anime. Both are female leads, which Toru is showing very most romantic interest in Kobayashi, which Kobayashi mostly doesn't want to go into that regard. There's so much more wackiness in the slice of life anime, and it's also been very more actions oriented. I do like the action scenes in this, but I do like more of the slice of life, getting with the cast and doing some wacky shenanigans and getting to know more each other. And as of course, this anime is more chill out. There's gonna be a lot of romantic stuff. And I do believe that this is an anime that I do want to see continue. I do believe that there's going to be a sequel movie of this. Okay, it's a sequel movie. I kind of a little bit disappointed that this is not a sequel series, but I do hope that this will be quite viewable on some streaming platform because I do believe the arc which it's going into here is going to be quite interesting and see how we are going to go from there. And I do wish that we're going to have a little more Kobayashi because it seems to be one of these series that has a good cast, has a good team of characters. And I do like the voice actor. They do a good job. I don't believe anyone is in the voice acting is doing a poor job from that regard, from what I could remember from hearing the voices. And I definitely believe the animation for at least season 2 is definitely quite good, especially for the fighting scenes between Tora and Elma. I always do like to see this kind of choreography scene and see how the character are thinking. But I do believe that most focusing are on in the comedy aspect and on the kind of crazy scenario they are ending up in. Even though it's crazy scenario, it's quite a good anime to actually get into when if you want to have some supernatural but also some sort of slice of life. But I do feel like it's not something the anime that I could probably, maybe in the future, if could probably put it in new favorites. Like, I don't know, what should I put it on? I do like, it's not B tier. It's, do I, yeah, I do actually do like it a little bit more above Dan. It's probably because of how it has more room. It has basically shown more scenarios, even though it has something to do with it. And also for talking about someone who experimented manga, this does follow some of the manga some sort. It does have switch places with some chapters in between, and I do suspect that it has added new stuff which is not adapted from the spin-offs, because I've not been so familiar with spin-offs, but I do believe that it could some the new scenes or new episode in here that are not based on the manga or spin-offs, but I can't say it for heart. I need to check out the spin-offs to confirm that case. I do believe there's something that is. Yeah, let's see. It's not the Valentine's Day. No. If I go back to the images right here, I believe it's the, yes, it proves the side story. Probably it's that one that is definitely one I could guarantee is not from the manga, and I do believe it could not be being from spin-off. So it's a kind of interesting thing that this anime adaptation both follow the manga. It could take some chapters from spin-offs, but it also adding new stuff, which is even a reason why it should even exist in the first place. And I do like some of the, even though some of the adaptation I've been following, it should be at least be good. So yeah, it's A tier. So next one is Love After World Domination. Now this is another 12 episode anime back in 2002, which has a lot of producers, but it was made by Project No 9. Now this one is both a comedy, action, and romantic story. It's an adaptation of a manga which I have not read, but I do know that this anime does not cover the entire manga, which is a sad case. See, how much manga is it? It's okay, it's 6 volumes and 38 chapters. Okay, why? It didn't do, why didn't it cover the entire thing? That is a little bit odd. Like, it's 2 years now, but I hopefully get another season, but let me tell the reason. So we have a very decent cast of characters. We have some regular old folks in here. And this adaptation is about basically basing off one of those Sentai stories, where we have a Sentai hero and their villain suddenly now falling in love with each other and starting to dating. Which is the Sentai warrior and the villainess is here, and they started to know they have some sort of connection between each other, which is that both of them are super strong and they are now actually seeking out. And I do believe that one of the first scenes from episode 1 is basically capturing that how both is, I was basically capturing in the first episode, which how he basically, how Fudo basically confessed to Decime in their own alleyway. It's one of the strongest memories I had from episode 1, and all from there has been them sort of trying to adapt each other from their lifestyle and trying to date even during battles, which has some fun shenanigans going on there. But this is also, it's a very good like promise on when a villain and a hero fall in love with each other, and I do believe I read about first about that, and I said, man, I have to watch this anime if that is the case. And sadly, that's basically most of how the best things is about this anime. Is like the character dynamic between Fudo and Decime is definitely more mature. They are basically want to know each other and take the time from, even though with the restriction they have for each other and with the work style and all. But it does feel like the rest of the cast aren't as super interesting or like super fleshed out. There are of course some good episodes when they focus on one of the other side characters from the villain side, and then of course even from the hero side, but it doesn't feel like it has the same punch as jii-san and baa-san, or even like even had the very funny and wacky as Dragon Maiden, because it does feel like it probably had did need to have more than 12 episodes. It does feel like it did cover some good ground. It did some fun of the with the same time set up with everything else and how to play out with each other, which is all in that case. It feels like it cut too short, and it should probably have been cooking some a little bit more on this kind of case. Because I do like about Desmond design, I do like about Fudo design. I think Kiki is like a fun side character. And let me see, what was the other character? It was not Ron. I was because it was. I remember it was a good episode with both Desmond's father when he had to dress up as one of the goons and be introduced to her father, mother, and even to the other daughter. And I do believe the dynamic that how they even understand each other was quite good. Where is she? Oh, there you go. Kyoko Koriko. I do like about her episode as she was very like shy and how to even express love while Destiny was trying to go near and try to motivate her. And the ending was sort of okay. I do believe that it's sort of like this anime. I believe that if this was made in the 80s, it probably would have like 52 episodes and have so much more fun when it comes to the cast of characters. But it's definitely feel like this is very restrained anime, and how it didn't even end exactly on the manga. Let me see. When did the manga? Oh, it ended on 5th of November and it ended on June. All right. Kind of disappointed that this one didn't kick off or did anything super good. Because it doesn't feel like this is that super well received anime, but it doesn't. It feels like its potential or like what it could do and what could end it didn't meet entirely up, but it's still like fun experience to watch. So I think a C tier, which is probably giving a decent tier, it's probably a good thing to have. Okay, so now we have at least one per most of the A and D entries. That's pretty good. All right, so I'll try to be very fast with this one. Konosuba Season 3. Now, if you might have noticed, this one in 2024 is 5 years, around 5 years after the previous one. And it does feel like, how do, this is very conflicting what I consider about Konosuba, because I do like about season 1 and season 2, and I did like about the movie. I haven't watched the spin-off series, which I should probably at some point, but I'll mostly probably I want to focus on Konosuba season 3, and I didn't believe and I don't know if is it the same writers as it's before, because there's something about season 3 that doesn't seems to hit off as hilarious as it is. Like there's something about season 3 where the characters are, I don't know, how can I say, a little more stupider in this regard. Like this, and not anyone's gonna be like Aqua, but it does feel like they're doing stuff where they either are like frozen, like they are taking a pause during when they're not. What can I say? Sometimes when the character doing this decision when they are, it's not that they are risky on doing it, but it feels like they are doing it with so carelessly they don't think that anything could go wrong with this. And some action they are quite almost like going against it. I think Megumi is probably one of the characters I feel like it's sort of become a little more dumber than just her regular self. Like she's casting a spell, a bomb explosion, very near everyone else. And she says she can't hold it because of the. And that was during like the wedding scene or something. I did like that this season gave a lot of light to both Kazuma and Darkness. I think Darkness is probably one of the stars of this. And what was the yeah Eris? No. It's not. No, what was the little girl's name? Like she was part of the new cast when I believe that. Yeah, Iris. Yes, yeah, not Eris. because I do believe that when it comes to the cast, something like Aqua, you expect to be as acting as she does. Megumi feels a bit stupider than she usually do. Uh, Kazuma is a little bit on the same page. Like sometimes he does something stupid, something he does something good. When it comes to his, from what his usually character does, Darkness seems to be going off as regular. I believe she's like the star of the season. She mostly went unharmed, and I do believe that there's this Isaki and sort of like, yeah. What should I say about the season? It does feel like it has some problems where characters are frozen in place when they are not shown on screen. Like for example, if characters are running away from something, and you see they have to really run away from a certain point, they sort of like frozen in place when another group of characters want to say something that just even though the time of the essence and they have to go away, they're just still standing around. And of course that's natural when you are supposed to like seeing something new, but it does feel like how the storyboard or how to communicate in this, it does feel like they are more frozen and have to wait for their turn until they can start running again. Like the usual Konosuba humor here is here. It just doesn't feel as it is as strong, and it does sort of want to interlude into future events. Almost similar to how Kinnikuman saying that, hey, you have to watch another next season or next movie to see the end of this conflict or see what we are in going into. Especially with Vanir, which he has some sort of a mask thing. I'm not entirely familiar with the manga novel, so I don't know what's going to happen in the future, but it seems to be it's going to follow up to something. But I don't have much to say about this. Like, I did like the ED. I don't feel much about the opening. So I don't know. What I don't feel this is a very strong season, and I don't feel like the magic of Konosuba is. I don't know. It's not entirely gone. It seems to be have faded somewhat. Hmm. I can't put it on D tier because it has some good parts. It doesn't feel like it's almost right. Should I? Like so Konosuba has some part where I start questioning, but it's definitely, how do I feel about, yeah, it's C tier. It's maybe it's later on when I probably give it a proper rewatch, I could like it much more better. I don't know. So let me just check on Twitter. Let me just check on Twitter very quickly. Could probably even switch it here to BRB. See. Hmm. Hmm. See if I go here, go to. It does make me consider how to tier list, tier list, tier list, tier list, tier list, tier list, tier list. Yeah, it's just, I definitely feel like it should be. Hmm. Do we have that things up and running? Yes, we have the thing up and running. So we should. Uh, yeah, it's just so chat. Okay, so nothing. I'm just fixing the. I'm just fixing some of the stuff here from the thumbnail. I probably can't change the thumbnail right now because it's it's already too late to even do anything specifically. But all right, gotta probably do some of a drinky. Hmm. Yeah, this most of this is very unscripted, which is why I was expecting this to be done within 1 hour, but it seems to be going much more longer because of it. See, just checking out the messages, what I got. All right, so let's go to the next one, which is not Macros Plus, and it's movie Macros Plus edition, which first one came in 1994, ended in 1995, and the movie came out in 1995 of October. And this is an actual sequel, something that is a follow-up, which has not been entirely disregarded from what I've seen so far, of the original Macross, which is something I do like. As someone who has been liking Macross, I was very excited to see where they will actually take the story from here. Well, okay. So, but what is happening in this book? Well, the year is 2040, and they are not in Earth, but they are someplace called Eden. And this is a story about 3 characters: Isamu, Myung, and Gold. This is, of course, another mecha, military, and love triangle story that Macross is now famous for doing. But this one is, should I probably say the best part about this? I believe, if we even have this video here or anything. No, we don't have video. Do we even have any pictures, perhaps? Because what I want to show you is probably one of the fucking peak, one of the peak animation design and visuals of the 90s. And when I think about peak, or at least the highest regard of use of cell animation and digital components, this Macross Plus is probably one of the best one I could probably say. It's visually impressive. It has a lot of details. It's not too cluttered to have on its detail department. Its storyboarding is quite good. I do like all the coloring of all setting and all the shadowing and layers and gradients, all that shebang. And I do like how animation is flowing and how everything is following and how is everything handling both the speed and the details. It's definitely an anime that has added all its score in animation, and there's a reason why. Because this animation starts pretty good and it all goes to the end. The anime, however, starts pretty good, becomes quite good in the other episode, falls down a bit in episode 3, and suddenly does commit a sin in the 4th and final episode. And how do I even try to summarize the entire thing? Because maybe I should even try to introduce all the characters. He's an ace pilot. But he has done a lot of rule breaking. So now it's gonna actually be used for testing for new sort of pilots, which he has now been assigned to, of course. It's very similar to. It has so much to how they are in Top Gun. Then we have Gold, which is previous buddy to Isamu, if I want to be more precise, who used to be best friend with him when he was much more younger, but now hates him and hates his guts. Even if he tried to be nice, he can't really be nice because he doesn't like him that much anymore. Then who is also now assigned to a different project in the same area, which he's now competing against. And then we have Myung, who is previous singer who wanted a big dream of singing, now handling a big AI who is called Sharon, or Apple Sharon in this regard, as she is now her producer, and even lending her voice to that AI. And they all meet up in Eden, and there's a love triangle going through it. Of course, even though this is a very character-driven story, it has a lot of implication on the entire world, and it's more world building from this regard. Of course, we have a new planet called Eden, but they are now considering on testing new technology for pilots. And one of these technologies are trying to actually figure out that if they're ever gonna have a main pilot sets, which means that they're probably not. They are trying to aim as the best pilots of these two projects, but at the same time trying to build an AI for it. So all sort of like pilots are not supposed to be mained. It's supposed to be just be a robot and try and flying the plane, which sounds very good in one regard, but I think it's very bad as specifically someone has been working AI. But hey, this is 1994 to 5, so they probably didn't think about how big catastrophe that could be. Or they think, well, like I'm trying to minimize my entire experience with this because the visuals, as I said again, are wonderful. I do believe the sound effect and the voice acting had done a good job. I do like some of the music. Some might not be on my taste, but I do think they are very appropriate for what Sharon, what's basically what sound from Sharon is. But I honestly don't think the plot is the best one they could have produced. And the plot is very decent. It goes straight forward. It does its job until for episodes 3 and 4, where they commit pretty much big sins. Like, and this sin is where, how should I even try to scenario? Okay, so remember, every single time in this episode, both Gold and Izumo are not in good terms. They were used to be good friends. They used to be good friends with Myung. They both like Myung, who they still want to have someone to go into a relationship with, but they are not in good terms. Isamu and Gul are not in good terms at all. Almost all the episodes are dogfighting with each other. They are mocking each other. They try to be they are very competitive with each other. And at the final episode, when and all of this is based on a memory, is based on events that happened many years ago. So the reason why everyone is away is assumed from goal position is that Izumu did something wrong with Myung, this girl right here, and he could never forgive him for doing that. But as it later turned out, as one of the final confrontation, when they found is that Gold remembers something. He remembers that it wasn't Myung had feeling for Izumu, but Gold attacked Izumu in that scene, and even almost sexually assaulted Myung and almost trying to went doing something forcefully. And he saw in the mirror, and then suddenly he regretted. So apparently, instead of him remembering that he almost did bad for Myung, he sort of mentally cocked himself into think that all was Izumu's fault for, or like he attacked Myung, which I don't know why that would happen. And have you ever felt the moment when the entire conflict needed to be resolved for something which was not originally planned out? The thing when the entire conflict between the character which driven the entire these kind of OVA and the movie just was because of some character just being some stupid, like for some reason just blocked himself in all opportunities until that specific point. Because I promise, if he remembered it correctly the entire time, still be angry at it, the series wouldn't have been happening at all. Would have done it before, it probably wouldn't happen at all. Would it happen at any other time, would have a dog fighting or having their fight outs, this wouldn't even happen at all. But it had to happen at a specific time in the series, which is so disappointed of the writers. They sort of fumble it for themselves. Because that means the entire conflict shouldn't even be relevant. Because one of the characters just decided, said, I should now remember this instead. And it's not like he forgot about it and someone told him or showed him a video. No, this is himself made sure to block that memory. He, for some reason, he might did that and decided to deliver it to us at that crucial moment. And you know why that was a crucial moment when I say that? Because Sharon Apple, this AI they had, they decided to add a chip to her that she can now control. Like, she now goes to concert in the original Macro City, which is on Earth. She has now a chip that can even control emotions. So this artificial intelligence now goes haywire and start to control not only machines, but also human minds. Because she's some sort of now expert on hypnosis, while she sort of says that she doesn't need Myung, but instead of killing her or like tying her up, she sort of lets her loose and almost go close to her main computer for all the sake. Which somehow doesn't something is allowed, and somehow we probably don't see any how that entire thing is concluded. Like, of course, in the end, they probably fix everything right. That the macros does not becomes, or like these characters doesn't make the undo the world so horribly with this new Sharon AI going around as it is. Sorry for the spoiler about that, but because I feel, because what I'm about to say is that I believe that both the movie, which has changed some scenes when added some new stuff, but doesn't change the end, and how this OVA is that it should had a third, or at least some 10 or 15 minutes on how to wrap up things. Because it feels like it ends it abruptly. There's still things that is supposed to be needing some bookend. Because this takes place in a Macross universe. And let me ask you this, if the government who have been pushing AI to both be in music and to be main in pilots, now imagine you being like some guy who has to, a top officer who has to now document everything and try to figure out what has gone wrong. And you're seeing all the evidence you have been seeing in this OVA. You'll be seeing that this AI now, who's now suddenly not only took control of the planet's technology, the entire Dimension Fortress macros, and all the battleships around the planet. It also hypnotized the crew and all of the people in the macro city to do her bidding. Because people have already been doing stuff that they were not supposed to be doing. Like, they're just sitting there being very hallucinated and just doing what she wants to order them to do. And we're getting all that. And then we realize now that, okay, this shit that happened, holy shit, we are now almost took out our entire fleet, entire population of Earth because of this AI. Now, who made this AI? Like, who made this? Because there's some scientists, but we can't just blame all scientists. We have to specifically go to the guy in charge. So, okay, so this guy is gone. And this guy is also gone. And what happened to them? So, who's next in charge? Oh, it has to be Myung, who is the producer. She even, according to testimony or like from witnesses, says she even had some control in Sharon. So she must have knew about this, and she cannot really deny it because she's somewhat knew that this AI was created with a chip because of how events has gone out. And she's now gonna put on a trial of the fucking century because she is now gonna get her entire life destroyed. Because this is now not only the people from the government, but people also gonna feel like they're being violated because of being hypnotized. And Gold is, Gold, we're not gonna hear from Gold anymore. So that's almost bad for that character as well. And Izumu, who is now being regularly breaking the law, has now even further break the law and break so many valuable equipment and destroy even test equipment as well. And military-owned vehicles. So it just feels like they are never going to be mentioned again, even though they all have a bad ending in front of them, despite which one side wins. And I feel like we need to have the 10 or 15 episode because this is going to be a follow up to the next macros thing. Because you have to tie up book end on that. You can't assume that the next entry is going to tie up all your knots. And I hope that Macro 7 at least has some regarding of that, because I mean, this blame should be this entire thing should be on Macros Plus, and it shouldn't be on Macro 7. And I hope that Macro 7 at least becomes much more better on that. Where should I put it? I mean, the visual is so good. It's so good. It could be a new favorite on A-tier material, but goddamn the story. This goddamn story just doesn't. It just falls apart in the end, and doesn't feel it missed out. So, no, I'm not happy about this. I'm putting up in D tier. At least Konosuba did not go as low as this. It just like this is like, at least this isn't as bad as Macross 2. Macross 2 has more plot, like plot confusion or like things that doesn't make sense, and its visual isn't as impressive as Macross Plus, at least. But let's look at the good side. We have now Macross 0. This is actually a prequel to the original Macross. And this is probably the least bit of Macross we ever had, because this is only about the fighter pilots and the machines, and not about the super Macross or before the Central Eden. To specifically say where this in timeline this take place, it's, in the first episode when we had the entire diametrite with the super fortress comes down on Earth, and then it took like one or like some years to actually rebuild. Between that time skip, this thing takes place, which is a very interesting idea about how the world now went around about the conflict, that they now just know that alien life had just been discovered. So that's why then this is the origin of the UN, and how that even then went again against the anti-UN factions. And this almost become a story about anti-colonization, because the conflict is now between islands where they have some sort of a remote island in the Mayan where there's sort of where they have some talking about the people in there and how they going and how to, yeah, it's about they're attacking this very remote island in the Mayan, and they crash land there, and they bring the conflict over there, and then as well discover that there's some hidden technology that the Mayan considered just more like a supernatural element. Now this I'm always saying I do like more than Macross Plus, because despite it not looking as sharp as it is, the story is much more tight in here. And hey, look, we even have Akira Kamiya returning as Roy Fucker. That is a good role. Like, he usually doesn't reprise his roles, especially during those days of 2024 and 2022. Because remember that at one point he didn't want to do any more reprise roles unless he was active doing the roles, except for, of course, Ryusawa, which is apparently married that role for some reason. But I have to probably discover that on my own. But I do like about the main cast, which is Shin and Sarah and Mao, which no, I think Sarah and Shin is the main cast. They are mostly the two main couple that I focus on, despite the fact that Mao is trying to be like trying to be like this love triangle, but Mao doesn't have that much chemistry to do with Shin as Sarah has. But this is very much of the story how the world is and how much of the world was before the Central Eden. I do believe that is a very, very interesting choice ever doing so. And in some way, it does make the universe feel more alive. Like, we are transitioning from what our world is until what happened in Macross during that time. And I believe that the actions are pretty good, despite it using mostly early 2000 2000 technology in most of the scenes. It has some charm to it, I would say. I do like the voice acting. I did definitely like some of the character interaction it has. And I do believe this is definitely didn't strike me too much. It has some very good concept and it doesn't play too long on it. It's just a just a 5 episode OVA. It's not a big movie or trying to impress that much. But it does has a good story. It has some high moments. But it didn't really that much impress me as I wish it could be. Which which I would say that at least it does not much negativity as that, but it definitely feel more balanced to what anime should be. It has some high moments. But it doesn't have so much speciality besides Akira Kamiya being the best voice actor from this entire cast. And I do believe the scientific aspect of this is quite interesting and see how the military how approach this and how different faction want to approach the situation, even despite the fact the anti-UN faction seems more antagonistic than wanted with our main faction, which is the UN Spacey. Even though it's supposed to be a little more morally gray, just feel like okay, so one side is a little more morally, it's morally gray, while the other one is definitely more black. Like it's definitely more like it's definitely are up to evil shit. So what do I say about this adaptation? I do think this is definitely more balanced than maybe in some years I probably warm up to it, but I feel like it's definitely like balanced on when it comes to its quality. So I'm putting it on at least this in low B tier for now. But we're gonna talk about something that is we should probably go a little more spicy in the season. Now, gushing for magical girl, Mao Shoujo no Ikagurate is. Remember how I was talking about how love after world domination is basically for. Is it sort of mostly go for Sentai? This is definitely for more magical girl, where we have a fan of magical girl now turning into the villain type, and she's horny. Oh my! This first episode is definitely spicy when it comes to this aspect, and ooh, Fujiko Izumi, this is one of your first roles, isn't it? Yes, this is one of your first roles. You got the main role as well. Holy shit! One of the first role, and you got the main character in this anime, and you're already exploring popularity. Jesus Christ, you are. I do like her voice actor. I do like the little more like the insecure voice to like a little more confident horny type. It's not as yeah, I do believe that there's yeah, this anime is very horny. I would say definitely spicy would be the correct term. But it's surprisingly if this was just something was just spicy, I would probably not watching as much or complete this one, despite it being 13 episode and being made by Ashley Production. But it does feel like it's has doesn't definitely has some more charm to it than I originally thought, because you see the character interaction. They obviously have much more fun with the concept and how doing with the world, despite how not entirely fleshed out the magical girl lore in this one is. It's definitely feel like it has a lot to say more about the character drama than just the world stakes. And it's I would definitely say like reading this or at least watching this reminded me back then when I was discovering Golden Guy for the first time. Is that they were going for topic which is like, oh, is this person doing sexual thing while it also has some gore, but it's very tongue in cheek. It treats like someone running naked like it's a very silly thing, and a silly nature that tongue in cheek. It does sort of like rise at the quality of the level. Like it's to some degree that it's okay to be a little bit more silly about this, even though despite this one is very spicy with what they want to try to show. And I remember watching the first episode. I was just going through it, seeing what was going to happen. But it seems that as more as it went on, just became better, and it sort of became better and better when sort of like it just an entire episode wasn't just Tina like going just doing some kinky stuff with a magical girl. It's sort of become more a reflection of what they can do and what the situation is and where they are in the world. Because of course, when you then have Kiwi coming in, and then you also have Kurisu coming in, and then Matane and Nemo, and then the entire villain cast, and then you see how all the magical girls improving themselves, and then how they communicate with each other. It's sort of become sort of that has a little bit of a charm of itself, despite it being very, very spicy. And I do believe that the animation, like the reaction of this, is very selling on this. The animation isn't that much sell on me, but I do believe that this one does have some good things coming up against, and I quite happy that at least we're gonna see a second season of this, because the manga seems to be exploding and it's becoming a very big thing, or like exploding popularity as people now following it, especially since this is a web manga now being a web manga. But where do I put it? Because it's doing the same thing as what has happened to what it's doing with when doing Kinukaman, and like it's preluding to future events. Like it's saying, "Oh, everything is going as planned," and it's trying to point out to. Because here's the thing about what I usually talk about. Mostly when I like one of the reasons why I mostly watch older anime, which it has a completed run, is that I know where everything is going to and sort of reflect on each moment and how it's been laid out. Because every single time when we had this thing that tried to end on a cliffhanger or prelude to future events, it's sort of like saying that we know what we are doing. Then in the future events, sometimes it could be exactly as that, and sometimes it doesn't. So this I have to put it on. Okay, should I like it does have some tongue in cheek nature. It has some charm to it, but isn't as soup as good as Kobayashi. Like it's, but it definitely feels like much more stuff in there, and it had more character going through it. And I want to put it in B. I'm putting in B tier. There we go, and high being at least, because it still showed that it has something more was happening in there than just in Kinnikuman. And I believe that if the second season comes around and it's continued, it could probably go up to A tier or become new favorites. All right. I'm happy with that. So next one, it's Natsuki Crisis. Is a 2-episode OVA. Ooh. And ooh, it was made in 1994. We're getting so many 90s anime in this one. And this was made by Madhouse of all of studios. Pretty promising, you would say. But here's the issue. Uh-oh. It's a 2 OVA, but the manga's 18 volumes. That is not a good sign. Oh, Jesus. Oh. Natsuki Kisami is a passion for wrestling and easily established herself as the best wrestler in the high school club in her innovative mix of different martial arts styles. So it's MMA, basically. So then when the transfer student called Rina comes in from an academy, they sort of Natsuki becomes thrilled about her, but Rina doesn't want to spar with her. But then a conflict happened because of how Rina's former academy group or hidden society members wanted actually to sort of like take a hit on her. They sort of becomes fighting each other, but they quickly becomes friends. And the secret what was it? Secret society? What was the call of them? I don't recall them, but there's some sort of a secret society of strong fighters from previous Kobujoto Academy, which they basically want. And I think, do they want to take over the world, or just want to become the strongest there is? Like I have to. There wasn't some time I watched this manga, but I think they are basically it's because Rina used to be like a hitman, hitwoman, but she got tired, so she transferred to Natsuki schools, and they try to now kill her or like disarm her in some sort of way, if I recall them correctly. But Natsuki just think they are douchey, so they fight against off them, and then Rina feel like you still hurt my bike because that bike used to be. Oh yeah, she had some because she had a boyfriend or something. Then they hurt her boyfriend as well because she failed to do something about it. Like I'm starting to remember everything, and Natsuki teacher was used to be a part of that secret society school in Johto Academy, and then he went off and now becomes a different trainer for Natsuki. And what I say is that the fighting in these two animes are good. I do believe the character interaction between Natsuki and Rina was in the first episode was quite decent, was good beginning, but it just sort of didn't add up in the second episode. The teacher was quite interesting to see. And should we even talk about the cast? We have some very, very familiar faces here. We have, let me guess, yes, yeah. We have Shigeru Shibuya, Hiro Mitsuru, and where's the goddamn teacher? In there, yeah. This was the boyfriend. This is his boyfriend, so it was not him. There you go. Yurotsu Tsugi. Like, and I believe, yes, I believe the cursed one, Amuro Ray was. Was it Amuro Ray who did? No, maybe not. Maybe I shouldn't go for much into that. But okay, so let's go back to topic about this. Since this anime is 2 OVAs, it feels very, very, very short. I did like the fights. I did like the characters some bit. I do think they did not have much time to shine through, especially Rina, who had a good episode 1, did not have a good episode 2. It feels very short as we just was introduced in this world, but we didn't get through it a lot. And this, I just have to be like very upfront to this. I believe that this anime could have been very much better if it had a more adaptation or had more episode, had a movie or some sort. It feels very short-ended that not much was resolved. It feels more like a preview to the manga than anything else, which sadly some OVAs were feeling like that. That's just my subjective, that is just my opinion. I wish I could have known more about Natsu Crisis. And I do wonder if Natsu Crisis even have chapters unknown. That means that there's hardly anyone who has been translated in the manga, which sad to see, very sad to see. Because I believe the anime hero introduced me to this anime on his videos for a very long time ago, but it was this year I just started reading it. And I do like about the fights. I do think this, however, is very undercooked and wish there were more of it. But since this doesn't do any horrible crimes, I believe a low C tier would be due. If this was anything, a very good anime and it has a lot of chapters, a lot of character interaction, it could have gone up to A tier or something, or B tier. I think B tier probably best. But it's a fine anime. I think it's a fine short anime to preview to a manga that isn't translated to English at all. But to another adaptation, which we should talk about. It's Ranma 1/2. It's the new remake. And I believe Ranma does need no introduction. But it is quite the usual if you have been knowing about Ranma. It is the usual story of Ranma, who come from China with his father, who go visit his who is now known fiance, which is Akane, in the Tendo house with her sister and her father. The bad side is that Ranma can transform into a girl every time he hits with the cold water. And from there, they try to work out with each other while being jumped by many suitors rumors. And of course, we have this anime is quite unique because it is only 12 first anime episode, but the second season is gonna come soon. It is very more close to the manga when it comes to adapting it than so far with the previous anime. And most of the older cast who were available are here. And we even have some newcomers, which are definitely some people who are very familiar with these are very more familiar faces, like Sugita, Sakura, and even Aiko Otsuka. Again, here he is, strong to Budo. Juji, Baki's father in Baki. Which is quite surprising when you actually think about the cast here, because here is very color casted character with so many returning casters from the previous anime, which I didn't think would be possible with Yours the Yatsura in that regard, but we will talk about it when it's time. But the voice actor and those people are coming in right now, it's doing the quite good job. I do believe their voices, and even though some people have shown their age, I do definitely believe they still got it. I'm surprised because most of these are very experienced voice actors and have been doing some jobs very recently. I'm gonna say that as for now, I'm sort of how can I say? Am I sort of disappointed at some part of it? I know it's just the beginning. They have to set up so many characters, but I kind of I don't know. Like, can I just say the good parts? It's it does its own thing with the manga adaptation. It's following it closely, but it does definitely add some good parts of it. And from what I can remember from the manga, it's been a while, but it definitely ties it all up, and it all follows through, and it feels natural how it goes from one aspect to another. While some of the first season of the previous anime felt more like everything was self-contained, but this story feels more like it follows through, which I wonder how they will pull it off in season 2. I'll definitely say that still Nabiki Tendo is my favorite character, and sadly, I have to say that I don't like Ryoga in this adaptation. Good voice actor, love him. Just don't like the character Ryoga. He's too much of an asshole. He hurts Ranma. He's unfair to he's lying to Akane. It's unfair. But I should be very I'm very happy with this adaptation. It does its thing. It has some good action. Its humor is probably isn't the strongest suitcase. I don't know if that's because of the timing or how they would phrase or do some positive it, but I do some jokes work, some jokes doesn't work as much, but I'll say that this adaptation is it's off to a good start. I'll say that. This adaptation is a good start, but where do I put that? I mean, this again is alluding to what will happen in future events, but should I put it in? Yeah, that's a good question. Like, should I put it in? I do. Do I want to put in? Because I do feel some episode I could be in a phrase better or something, but it still is very faithful to the manga, which I said several times, and I hope that they will do something interesting in the future. But no, it's not C tier or D tier. I believe a high B tier would be good. It definitely feels like when it comes to this case, it has some good thing going for it, and it's definitely have to be something that's being regarded for. Oh, hello there, Switch. Yes, I do believe B tier or A tier would probably much more fitting for Ranma. I do believe that there's some things that could be improved, but I do think that so far for this adaptation is pretty good. So we have Holy God, we're doing this for more than 2 hours. I honestly thought I would only doing this for 1 hour, but I guess I had so much stuff to say about Armitage and macros that I had to take some while. But that's probably something to be said. Okay, wait, when is next ramen going to come out? Has it been? Okay, not aired yet. I hope it's going to be in this year because I want to catch up on that. I want to definitely see where it's going to go next. But next one is gonna be Armor Trooper Votomos or Suku Kie Votomos. And I'm gonna be honest, it's gonna be a new favorite for me. It's quite good. The story is tight as hell. It has so many good moments. It has good characters. It has probably one of my favorite new character, Shiriko. And his voice actor is doing very good job on it. I do like the supporting character. They have a purpose. They have acting very good. It has also one of my favorite voice actor in here, who also appeared in the previous anime, which is Banjo Giga. He has a more primary role in this. We have Shigeru Shiba, also like him very much. And of course, we have sometimes even Shoba Hayumi coming in here. And this it's just so amazing. Where should I start? Well, I could say that this is definitely jumping to an end of a conflict, but this is of course a conflict that is never almost ending because how new conflict is showing up. And I would probably say that this is taking place in the future where there's so much war and going on that it sort of becomes inevitable to have, even though if a big war and if next war comes in. Shiriko is a smart character, and you don't even need to have lip service on anything to say. You will see in his action and even follow him in his deduction on how exactly he has come to that conclusion. Because there are some scenes where he obviously like taking notice of what happened in the situation, remembers it, and then trying to figure out how to solve it. And for an anime for like 52 episodes, even though it has some what was it, 3 or 4, what was it, not what was it called, it not flashback episode, no. I'm gonna call them flashback episodes or reruns. And it's made by Sunrise and it's quite good. Like Kiriko is, you do know he is a well veteran when it comes to piloting mechs and how he actually handled the situation. You can definitely tell he is a soldier who knows exactly how to do it in the battlefield and how to move it. Because you can even see like in some few fights in how he organized and how he's positioned himself and how to handle all the situation. Because in this scenario, in this series, he was a part of the Red Shoulder who's now happily happened to be in one of the other missions where they're supposed to screw him over. Where he suddenly finds out a new project, which is called PS, which is called Perfect Soldier. A perfect soldier in this universe is supposed to be a soldier who can operate a mech, which is called, sometimes it's a scope dog, who can handle all these mechs in precise precision. They can almost consider like a task almost, that they can perform in a frame perfect second, react to the perfect time, and then shoot at all necessary and know exactly where to aim at. And Shiriko discovered this one, which is Fianna in this regard, was naked in front of him. And due to this event, he is now like, he's almost left for dead on a planet until he meets his future buddies, which is Konaka, Vanilla, and Bullis, which is all complementary to different aspect to his character, which is Konaka being the more friendly, Vanilla being the most bro part, which is also know how to part of fighting, and Buelos with more the strategic part of it. Which all play out of the character, and they do play out with it perfectly each other, and everything's going out. And Vienna in this regard, who is now the perfect soldier, who first time when they both meet Kiriko in her both in their machines, she kicks his ass very hard, which is we all already see now that in one of the first fights, Kiriko is vulnerable. He isn't, even those fights, he is very high intelligence. He's very good in his experience. He can get his ass kicked if he, especially to something that's frame perfect as is a perfect soldier in this regard. But as we learn out, Fianna sort of has some other side effect due to her seeing the first person she saw was Kiriko in that back in the test tube. Is that she sort of developed emotion for herself due to how Kiriko's almost approaching her out of curiosity. And by the way, I'm trying to at best not to spoil anything because I think that going to this anime is best going unspoiled. But it do feel like these characters sort of develop in such a meaningful way, and especially for Fianna, who is, you see her being mostly as this ruthless killer who can precisely kill anyone, to become someone who doesn't want to actually commit any more violence due to meeting with Kiriko, sometimes fighting with him, fighting against him, to fighting with him, and trying even to mostly being around with him. And I do like how, even though what's it, Hism, because they are like doing a great combo when it comes to character dynamics here. Even with one of the main villain, which is Jan Pilrichna. It's an Ypsilon. Oh my god, I should also mention about Ypsilon. Ypsilon is itself an entire different beast who have to face against, but it's definitely feel like the voice actor, especially for Sunrise production, is very tight, and I'm so happy that the script of this is well and the character dynamic is tight as well. Oh yeah, he was actually one of the first. This was actually one of his first roles, and it became really popular as well. So, but okay, so we go into the. Let's talk about action scenes. Action scenes are quite usual for the mecha genre. This is a real robot part of it, which is mean that this is mostly about the military and mostly how the technicality of all things. And the interesting aspect about Shiriko's mech, which is the scope dog in this regard, if I could find other picture of it, here it is. This has become sort of a iconic on itself. It's of course, I believe it takes some inspiration from Azaku from Gundam series, but this little silly thing has become iconic to him because most of the time, even though when there's better or more optimized mecha for Kiriko always opts out for this kind of earlier model because it seems to be the one he's mostly familiar with and wants to always use, as those seems to be more, even though those models are more canonful, he seems to be more familiar and wants to only use those kind of models, and he seems to be doing very good with them, despite this being not as efficient as the rest of the models you see up to that point. The animation is quite good. I do like how they've been animating. It's of course a mecha genre, and Sunrise as its own special cake. You will see some good moments in here and some good action as well. The OP is top tier. So no, what was it? Hono no Sadame is my favorite of this year. It's definitely one of those things that I never skip. It's honestly one of those openings I never skip because it's such a thing I do like. I wish I could have owned the CD of it because I do want to have that on some occasionally. And of course, the ED is good as well. It's a very relaxing song, especially after an entire episode of exposition and action. And of course, some character drama as well. And I do like how everything is basically put up with this series, because each of the arcs are divided into planets. So basically, we are going from different planets, and at some point, it was even to a space station. And if I'm not okay, so I talked about all of the good stuff. The negative stuff is that it's because of these recap or flashback episodes, as we mentioned before, and I don't aren't as disappointing I expected when it comes to production as this as well. But I think that probably the weakest story arc is probably the revenge arc, which happens after when it comes to the desolate planet. That's only the weakest part of everything else. Otherwise, it's probably a good run. It's definitely new favorite. Um can't wait to watch more of the series and watch all of the spin-offs. I'm so excited to go through all of these entries and see what's gonna happen. I hope the series will maintain its quality as this one or even go higher. So let's see. Okay, so it sounds similar to Full Metal Panic in some ways. Love that one. One of my favorite mechas. If Full Metal Panic is as good as this one, I'm probably gonna give it a watch. Maybe I should do it. Like, I don't know, I should write it down somewhere because it's always good to see if there's someone say, "Oh yeah, that reminds me of this one." Then saying, "Sure, I can just jump into that anime as well." So we have now Suko. Let's go to Suso. Suso no Frieren, or better known as Frieren Beyond the Journey's End. This this is one of those animes that started from the last year, but I completed in this year. And from what I can say, if I can be very short on this, is that this definitely deserved to be on a higher tier. It getting 9 here probably is something I would question about, but I do believe that this is definitely an anime that people are right to talk good about. I didn't know much about the anime until my friend recommended this to me, and as I watched through it, I said, this anime is quite good with how it's supposed to represent with the character and what its meaning is going up to. To summarize it very shortly, this is about Frieren, who we start as seeing just ending from a being a long quest for probably spawn over a year or more from defeating the Demon King with her party. And after meeting with the party, especially for Himmel, who is I think it's the lead, sort of the lead of the party as well. Sort of, she goes out to an adventure until meeting up with Himmel after so many years. I think it's maybe like 50 or like 30 years afterwards. I probably have to check out that thing later, but she returns to him when she's an old man. And from there, we see how Frieren then continues the journey on until she meets the other party member, which was the Hyter, the priest, where she decides to take care of him and the child that he has adopted, which she then becomes sort of her student, as that student becomes very interested in magic. And that little girl, his name is Fern, which then later on, after the sad passing of Hyter, go on a journey to do some usual workshop as helping people out and doing some stuff until they reach out to some early episodes decide to have a new destination, which is to the northern part of the world, where they are going to I believe the northern part, which is in heaven, not in some place, probably transit to heaven. Let me check. I have my Frieren here, so I have to. Yeah, Aroel, which is in episode 4. And from there, yes. And from there, they are even later on meeting up with another party member, which is called Stark, which they all decide to go up to a big adventure to Arel, and then faces off against different foes and even doing some tournament arc stuff. I think it's the Mage Examine arc. Yeah. And of course, So that's just a very simple thing that's happened and what sort of attitude will happen. And as you can hear, this is a character drama fantasy which has some big of an adventure part. And as you can see here, we have many new familiar faces here. We have Kana Itsune, Hatsune Tanizaki, Shikai Kobayashi, not the Kobayashi one from Dragon. And then, of course, we even have Atsuko Tanaka, who sadly had to pass away, which means that this was one of her final roles. Yes, this was sadly one of her final roles, which is always sad to see that. Wait, oh yeah, she was. Yes, it was on my birthday, by the way. Oh, that was so depressing to hear that. But back to the topic at hand. With all this voice actor here, I'm so surprised that this is that people are even like considering like thinking this is actually bad voice acting at some parts. Because people sometimes complain about. I think the most one of the complaints that I'm talking about is one about the demons, which I think which we will talk about specifically, that there's no story or filler episode, which is hard because many of these episodes contains a very important characteristic and establishing lore and even some destination and goals, which is I even had to take notes on because people are saying it too many times, and that many of the voice acting is not as good, which is kind of odd because I do hear these voices and I do hear the sincerity of the voices and how they are doing their reaction, especially for the character they are trying to portray here. Which is also kind of funny when the people are complaining about it, is that they always say that Stark is their favorite character, which is probably one of the characters who actually has a few decibel higher up because he sometimes screams his lines, which isn't a bad critique of Stark character per se. It is his character to scream because he's that kind of guy, which is kind of fitting for the role. Yeah. The fear and debates make me laugh. It's like one of those people wanting something deeper, more meaningful. Yeah, it's kind of hard for because Frieren, surprisingly, like there's so many praises for this series, and I believe that it deserves most of its praises. Like the animation for fight scene are very good. I do like the choreographer there, especially for one of the later episodes. I believe I even had one of the screenshots, but I really liked on the computer. I do like the story and the involvement of all the characters, how they are developing as the time goes on, and Frieren learn from Frieren, and Frieren and Stark are communicating with each other, and seeing how carefully Frieren is approaching Stark, especially consider she hardly had a male, like she never had actually some sort of a brother or someone as the same age as her going around or being around at the same time. So how she reacts to Stark is very, it has a point of why she sometimes want to go distant or sometimes is disgusted. And especially, and I do believe that sometimes some people do miss about or saying that Frieren doesn't emote as well, which is weird when she did it in the one of the first episode, like in the mid episode, because Frieren is kind of the person who has gone from being attacked from demons and then gone to almost isolation with one of her master until complete isolation until she met with the party, especially Himmel, and then from there started to more socialize. Because it's very like Frieren is probably a good character. I do like Frieren a lot. She is sort of representative person who has some sort of side effect from one Himmel's advice or like some sort of a knowledge that she learned from Himmel to actually care more about humans and starting to do some smaller tasks that really meant more in the grand scheme of things. Because she's very tied to this theme to almost like the meaning to the entire series, that we can do all the small stuff that isn't that big as taking down the Demon King, but it will have some effect in the later in life, which is sort of like realized a little much later on why Himmler was sort of the most important person in her life. And Himmler for himself is a very fun character, which I do like his approach and admiration for Frieren, but he never like really like had any sort of like, so that's high romantic relationship that he doesn't want to jump on her in the bed like Lupin to Fujiko, really, which is sort of like, it's sort of sort of melancholic when it comes to Himmler. When you're talking about him, is that you can definitely see that he really cares about Frieren, that he, like the first sight to seeing him as a child, he basically really cared about and fell in love with her. But he understood that Frieren would also be an elf, and Frieren never really showed as much emotion to any of the other stuff besides her own, because she didn't grasp the concept of what Himmler was going for. And he seemed to be very happy for how, even regardless of if Frieren wanted to, do anything else, but because he seems to be having this very melancholic feeling about him, because he knew that Frieren could be the perfect, but she didn't really push that far, from what I remember what he was doing. Because of course, perhaps the manga probably explored more on that aspect, but it did feel that he was the sort of character who didn't want to. He had probably had some stand or loved her to that point, but didn't really want to jump in the bed with her. The discussion on what life is like. Someone lives that long. Yeah, that's definitely like one of those things that when you live forever, and Frieren definitely go through the points and do some meaningful discussion on that, especially when you see the flashbacks when she has constantly when she goes to different village, when she said, I visited this village once, where she goes to I think that when they actually build the statue of Himmel, and it says that everywhere he goes, like legend, that people will even look up to it. Should we, like, and then probably even should mention about Mage Examine arc. I do believe that there was some good cast of new introducing characters over there that we did like to see and to learn from, and how they reflected and were even talking about how the world was besides from the eyes of Frieren and the rest of the party. And I think Ubel was probably the most fan favorite one out of the cast, consider how people have been drawing her, besides another specific character which I'm going to go through. But hey yo Taff, oh hello there Abro, what's up? I'm probably gonna scroll a bit and go to looking at the images here, because yeah, should we, do we have that character specific that we're gonna talk about? Because there is a character here which oh, there they are. Okay, I'm gonna talk about a specific aspect at some character which I think is a legitimate criticism, which isn't about fearing killing demons. I think in this world, in this race, demons are bastards. They have shown at all moments to be killing humans, and they don't coexist with humans, elf, or dwarfs in this regard. So any people saying, oh, it's evil that we summarize demon like that. Like, no. We don't play with other rules. We play what we are seeing, and what we are seeing in this anime alone. And this anime says that demons have done, even when the most kindest, like even the most best way they could have integrated in society, they've been screwing up by killing and eating people. Which is weird that people are defending and saying that, like, Jesus fucking Christ, that, oh yeah, Aura could have been a good guy, like, could be a good fella, could have been a good woman, could have understand happiness, when demon in this world they lack empathy. They don't know what empathy is. They say words, kind words, to just lure human beings. That's very easy. Also, hello there, those are Gnopsis ninjas. We are gonna go to actually one of the negative points of Frieren, which is gonna be about the demon, the little smart demon arc or something when they come into the demon camp when they come to the village, which is, let's see, where was that dumb ass demon's name here? Was it Lugner? Where are you? Where are you? Oh yeah, by the way, Takehito, he's called Kraft. Always love when you have random Takehito Koyashi in your anime, but we should go back to the goddamn stupid ass demon with the freaking horns. Where is he? Where is Lugner? I want to see that. Did you call yourself Lugner? There he is. Stupid ass dumb ass Lugner. I think people are forgetting that demons are like parasite race of sort. Yes, they are exactly like that, Switch. They are like the parasite. They are like, and people saying, hey, like that's the story, that's the rule we are playing with, and that's okay, because demons are stupid. They are pure evil. And of course, if you're gonna ask me, like if Frieren meet, I don't know, Amon from Toy's Devilman, I don't know, she will probably be good terms with him, because he would know empathy at least, and he would not eat humans as regularly, because Frieren can't decide people from the character, and if he knew about Amon, they were probably friends. Maybe. But we are not talking about Amon in this case, not even talking about Buffalo Man from Kinnikuman. We are talking about demon in Frieren, especially Lugner, who are just evil bastards. Now, back to the criticism, especially about this demon Lugner, is that his ass should have known Frieren from the first time he saw her. And I don't know why he suddenly remembers that he's Frieren, because we know that demon can actually remember stuff. Because like I have no idea why Lugner suddenly didn't remember what Frieren is, despite his entire personality is based on people he didn't like, was Frieren as number one. She even is known for Frieren as Slayer for the demon kind. And she works with Aurora, which Aurora knows about Frieren as well, because she could see him. And they could even sense some part of the mana. Mana aura in that regard. So Lugner, if we should know about him as a character, and as going through, what was it? Going through his character and motivation. If he saw Frieren coming back and trying to aim him, he should probably learn, but he should probably panic and contact Aura as ASAP, because if Frieren the Slayer comes to your entire party, in your entire plan to take over, and you're less than like 2 or 3 demons there, and he knows himself, he has been attacked in the anime by Frieren, he should have been panicking. He should not have approached this entire situation in that regard. It just sort of ruined the entire arc for that matter, because like you have to sacrifice one character for just to have this cool reveal, or like how the things plays out, and it doesn't feel entirely correct. But either way, this anime feels very meaningful. It does have a lot of things, and it's having a lot of things that also are going through future arcs, which I probably say that this is one of those anime I think both is actually deserving. As for now, A tier, okay. I believe it has definitely has potential to be better or worse, depending on what's going to happen in the future. But A tier is definitely a good place to be. Speaking of Kinnikuman, are you excited for? Yes, I am excited for Kinnikuman Season 2. I want to see what the cool fights are, because my latest Kinnikuman in the timeline what I'm in right now is in same pace as the anime. And that is a darn shame, because I did like the manga chapter when it was released, when those specific chapters was out. But I never had the time to read them through. I don't know why. I was in a Kinnikuman server as well. And I saw they were like bi-weekly updates. Like maybe this is a good time to actually go to watch or read Kinnikuman again. Yeah, Luna should have been known about Frieren, unless maybe there's something in the backstory we don't know. Where she is imposing to him. Like the looks of Frieren alone should be to indicate Luna like fight or flight things. Especially how tied in with his character it is. Because it would have been accepted if he only have heard it from Aurora and he never met Frieren in person, but in the episode we are seeing that he knows about Frieren because she was the one who attacked him in the past. Hello, Taff. Have you heard of Kinnikuman? Yes, I have heard about Kinnikuman. I know I've heard about Muscle Man. I also have Muscle Man on. Also ordered Muscle Man, like, figure arts. What was it? The latest model on Ami Ami? I'm expecting to have that model in so I can do some cool poses. Oh yeah, the Kinnikuman. I'm putting him in B tier because there's a lot of like future events that are holding up, and I do want to see like my feelings for Kinnikuman probably will change. Like if I watch season 2 or going up to the manga, because I want to see how well that's going to be. I really honestly hope I get. Yes, because I do hope Kinnikuman becomes very popular. It almost feels like they've been cocked by fate that somehow Kinnikuman never made it to the States. It never became popular, despite with WrestleMania being a thing. Like it feels so odd. It's so strange that Kinnikuman never, like even Ultimate Muscle didn't go that super well. I recall. Of course, I should probably then read more about Ultimate Muscle, but that's probably for another day. I'm looking for new Dragon Maiden. Oh yes. Oh yes, I definitely looking for the movie as well. I've been going through the manga as well, and I do find it enjoyable. Like, I do always like when I found new favorites, and maybe, like, I don't know, maybe if I rewatch some episode, watch some spin-offs, so I could get a good picture of what stories the anime adaptation did for Dragon Maid, I probably could have put in a new favorite. It's over time, but I'm not finished with that yet. Have you people been watching Dava? Been hearing most people didn't care about it. I've actually been watching Dragon Ball Daima, but I didn't complete it this year, so I didn't put it on a list. It's honestly one of those things that I have to bring out the notebook to check with all the lore and stuff, because I know that when Toriyama do a new story which is heavily based on lore, you have to probably make a checklist, see what we've been following and what is the new game rules and all. It's honestly one of those things. I wish Daima could be done this year so I could talk about it, but hey, what can you do? Alright, the next anime, it's The Big O. It's from 1999 to 2003. Ooh, I wonder what this gap is. Could it be the second season come out? With 26 episodes, and it's also made by Sunrise. Now, I'm gonna be very, very honest. I was very looking forward to this anime once, because I've been looking for this anime for a long time, because I've heard it in passing so many times thanks to all of my American people have been talking about, especially when it comes to Toonami. And basically how they've been seeing the Big O and their voice acted from there, and now how everything has been going on. And I believe one of the latest people I've been talking about, especially the Big O, being Salvatore, who is an artist who really likes drawing cutie honey, and who lives in New York. And I've been following his stuff and his explanation of some story parts, and I honestly gonna say that Big O, I expected a lot of big things, but I was definitely like, how maybe I should just roll back to the introduce. The Big O is about it's about a detective, a negotiator, if you want to say, in Paragam City, a city of amnesia, a place of belongings. Now, already this sounds a very good promise. An entire city having amnesia. That's like not even one person. It's the entire city having it simultaneously. What that would the situation be? Are you telling me that the guy who's negotiating is controlling a big, giant robot, a mech, while sitting in a suit? Like, this sounds very, very like a special anime if you're gonna talk about me. Like, something that's meshed together, which I believe was both from specifically Batman the animated series and Daitan 3, which I could honestly see both of these aspects coming into play. So this, as normally, is very, very like episodic when it comes to one of the first episode, even though it has the first two episodes are very tied together with how they're going for introduction with all the characters. And well, of course, the characters themselves, I do like them. I do like Roger Smith and I do like Dorsey R. Wainwright. I do like their chemistry with each other and how they are introduced in this, how they are like introduced to each other and how they play off with each other. It's sort of a comedic effect. And of course I do like Norman being this butler gentleman, and Angel being the Fujiko Mini of this series, being this. Maybe I should just replace Femme Fatale with Fujiko Mine. Because I don't know, Femme Fatale always seems to be like this evil and sexy girl, but Fujiko Mine seems to be at least more funny, which Angela Rosewater is. Oh, Angela? I mean Angel. Oh yeah, yeah, you can definitely get Rei Anyama vibe from Dorothy, and I do like the combination of these two, like Roger and Dorothy. And of course, Angel comes into play as well. And I believe that is one of the first big steps when it comes to this series, is that if you have fun characters, if you have good voice actors, which these are, especially for my boy Hucho Utsuka, which is always has the funny voice, I do believe that you have a already good anime on your hand. But of course, this anime is very good also for its art style in the first season. Because in the first season, we have a very, like, it's very stylized, and I do like about it. It plays along with how the entire theme and, like, not the entire theme, but the atmosphere of Paragon City, and how it feels like almost like an old film rail with all the cell animation being used, with all the fogs and all the shades. It's like, if you've seen the first episode, you definitely know what I'm talking about, and I very sad that we don't have many pictures of them here. Like, do we have? No, we don't have any clear screenshot of the anime here. But it's definitely feel like this stylized, this simple, taking inspiration from how Gotham City is in Batman, but putting in a mecha battle in here. It's definitely feel like it has a good vibes, and the anime going through different episodes where people are regaining their memories and almost like controlling also their memories is very promising, as well as we're seeing how each character are reacting to getting their own memories back or getting some new memories. And Roger Smith being the negotiating of all of it, he sounds very like a guy who fixes other problems, even though he has some problems of his own. And I feel like the first season of anime was so magical. It's ended also on a very high note, and even throwing in some scary concept that an emotionless robot could have been, if he actually regained his memory, was actually some sort of a psycho killer or something. Like, that's the sort of concept they would probably throw in, but generally the first season was a pretty good one. Have you noticed I only mentioned the first season of now and not the second season? Because the second season fell a little bit off. The mystical atmosphere almost feels like disappeared in the second season, sadly. And it has nothing to do with mostly not to do with the character interaction. It feels like mostly on the storyboard and animation department. They're switching out to digital where, oof, is the less, I would say, recall, because my god, when you see the first episode of season 2 and it's using old clips from season 1, it's jarring to really. You're suddenly seeing like this normal, like dusty look of the animation cell, and you're seeing this clean version of it, and it just doesn't feel right. So already like, and it's all, and it's honestly feel like season 2 should, and they should have kept the animation cell and probably maybe introduced some part of the digital parts later on, because season 2 also reuses many scenes, or not, or at least some clips or scenes from season 1, which makes it even more jarring in that world. It becomes sort of a constant problem. And even we even have like a colorful, very colorful episode where most of the episodes are supposed to be dim dark or lack that much of a gradient light. But and one of the episodes, which was with Beck, was probably a little awkward, but I did, even though I did like the episode and how I was writing of it. And I believe that as the series going on for the finale, it's sort of like lost the more of how it wanted to be, and it's just sort of lost somewhere in the sea of everything. And I'm sort of still a little confused about the ending. Maybe I should, I don't know, watch one of those videos that explains the ending a little bit more, or in some sort of a philosophical way. Because it definitely feel like season 2 didn't get as same height, and you sometimes even see that it's kind of something I talked about before, that sometimes characters are frozen in place and waiting for the turn to act, which sadly is also like what happened in Konosuba at some points. The early 2000 switch did hurt a lot until they settled. Yes, that's true. Like it took some time to, especially when it going from digital to from animation cell to digital, because I believe that some later on, especially for the new Gundam game, there was a specific cutscene when they emulated the 70s art style, and it looks very, very good. And it even, and that one looked, that was like, I don't know, some few years ago. So it definitely is painful to see that the digital did so much damage to the entire atmosphere, which Big O really needed. But I'm gonna be honest, I do still, the high points of season 1 still exist in my mind, despite of what happened in season 2. So I do believe that a B tier, it's gonna be fitting that it's gonna be a big O tier. Like, look how many B tier we have here. It's we have not sent anyone back to the factory. Like, and I can't just say that entirely to Big O, because Big O still has good moments in here. Maybe I should watch. Maybe I should read the manga. Is it manga any more different? It's 6 volume with 21 chapters. I have no idea. Oh yeah, it's 40 years. I have no idea if the Big O manga is how better that is with comparison with anime. And I did see some panels of it, and I may be curious to see it, check that thing out. Of course, there's many things I want to check things out. Some which has some translation, and some which doesn't have translation, which is Netsuki Crisis. Oh my god. So we go from the mecha genre to something more less. It is actually Tonari no Seki-kun. And this one, okay, is about, and I didn't actually just watch this 21 episodes, which is only 7 minutes long, but I also went over to the OVAs, and I also watched the special ones. A big box full of Tonari Seki-kun. I did through this. My Coco Beat here kind of agree. It's my personal favorite. I do. Oh yes, I do. Yeah, if you're gonna go back to, is a little quick break on that. Yeah, I did explain why I did put in B tier, because I do believe that the best is yet to come, and it's always alluding to future, what to do in future events. And but I do believe that the nature of the gushing over magical girl still is still something admirable, and I do believe it's high B, still a good. But talking about something that is very laid back, it's Tonari Seki-kun, where Rumiki Yuko all she wants to do is to focus during school, but constantly distracted by Seki-kun, her neighboring classmate, who always playing in this table and doing some shenanigans, where she has to react to it. Which this anime has a very short cast. It's basically almost them two together. Almost all of the run, really, because it's 24 episodes, but it's 7 minutes long. It's all ages, and it's mostly focused on these two characters and their shenanigans, or at least his shenanigan and her reaction to it. Most of the times, it's in the classroom, and it's just about that. It's nothing special, but it's sort of a complementary anime. If you ever see a high school anime or school anime where you kind of have some big drama going on, it's sort of fun to have this anime look on the other side, because this one is just about some small antics and some small carefree problems where they are just sitting there and trying to do school. And you kind of like the dynamic between Seki-kun and Rumi, because Seki-kun is very mute while Rumi is the one doing most of the talking. Of course, we have sometimes her classmate being a part of it or reacting to what Rumi is reacting to Seki-kun, which has become sort of a deep layer of fun here. But it's basically mostly are in the classroom if they're not outside or doing the park or snow. And it sort of like becomes friends throughout this, even though Seki-kun is doing some shenanigans which might put her or both of them in trouble. Which is kind of funny because you don't think like this. There's nothing like romantic unless this girl right here, which is Sakuraku, is shipping them. So because she thinks that those two are dating. Which I should probably introduce you to the manga and the sequel manga, Tonari no Seki-kun Jr., where she actually did end up getting married and having a child with Seki-kun, which I had actually read because I thought the concept was so interesting so far about this, and how they actually decided to actually go out with each other. And I do believe that this anime has two other notes of things, besides being a simple fun, is that we have what was it? I want to pronounce your name correctly. Where are you? There you go. We have Ishiro Mizuki, who did the voice and the song called Roboto Family. I did post this one before, and I do like about it on Twitter. And then we have the drum solo on the Ide, which is always fun. It's probably mostly based from a famous drummer, which I have no idea or name of. But yeah, Tonari Seki-kun, very simple anime. Best complementary anime for high school drama I have been. But it doesn't have much going for. I'll give it high C, despite its being very short. Fun enough, the creator of this anime also worked on Girls and Panzer and a color work. All right, I'll note this. I'll look at that and I'll see. We have you. Oh, you also made Siron. All right, cool. Wait, the OVA was before. Oh no, that was different. So, see. So, all right. 3 hours in, we still have some more animes to talk about. It's 5 of them, and we could probably talk about the one about Undead Unluck. This is a shonen, battle shonen. This is a newer battle shonen, in other words. And this battle shonen is actually surprisingly good. For a battle shonen, at least. But, of course, battle shonen. Why do I even say that? I know that there's some good battle shonen, like Fist of North Star. But anyway, this is a new battle shonen, which I got interested in because it was 24 episodes long, and it was made by David Production. And I noticed this purely out of coincidence I don't know why, beside it being made to the production, I would jump on this, because I did miss Fire Force. But I did it. I did decide to watch this one. It started about hilarious. It's about Fujiko Izumu, who finally read the end of a manga and decided to kill herself until Andy comes around, who she says to back off because her power is that she gives great unluck to people, which then kills Andy, who then Andy regenerates and becomes back to life. And that's how the entire weirdness started. And this is going, and this, I'm so like going through the entirety of Done Dead Unlock is very bizarre to just looking back how everything was set up, because it seems to be mostly about Andy just want to die basically to find the greatest unlock and to get close, thanks, and by that getting very close to Fujiko. But it becomes so much more when you go and read through the entire manga, which I now reconsidering if I want to continue describing it, because at some point it becomes very apparent that I was not familiar with this anime's game, but I can at least say what you can expect. As a battle shonen, this will be very heavy oriented in battles. It will have some group organization that you will be fighting against and with. It will have some character with some cool gimmicks and some cool moves. But what I didn't realize is how deep layered this is, especially for how well thought out it becomes later on. It's sort of like the creator of this manga specifically just locked on after some few episodes, and unexpectedly this becomes sort of like a new things, and you can definitely see how the characters on this series have grown up and see how they reflect on each other. And I do believe that many of the decisions on this series have been very creative so far in this anime, of course. I have not caught up with the manga yet, but I do believe that the action here is quite fun. They found out a way to fight against each other gimmicks or finding them out. The character interaction here is quite interesting. They are developing as time goes on, and I believe that it has one of those very interesting twists, which I really liked, and I do like what kind of message you're even getting from, especially from both Fujiko and Andrew as time goes on. Because it's definitely like I definitely got caught. I was caught on surprise by, I think, episode more than 10 or the 10 or 12. I think it's 10. It's probably 10. How this anime was definitely more thought out than it was intentionally in the first episode. It also has a very good cast of characters. We have Yuichi Nakamoto, Mokara, Natsuki Hana, Yumi Uchihara, and of course Rikaya Komaya and Aoyuki. And like, it's definitely twists and turns, which I don't want to actually spoil much of it, because there were some parts I was getting very worried where this story was heading towards, but I was surprised that this didn't do the same mistake as other manga did. And I think that David Production did a decent job on this. Not bad. I just hope that they don't end the series prematurely. I want to see this one being continued. But since, of course, this is alluding to future events, despite it even actually fulfilling some of the events, I'm actually going to put it, high B at them. Well, this one surprised me even more than it did with Ranma. Of course, Ranma had lesser episode, but still, I believe Undead Unlock deserved at least high B, and it should be there. Now for the shit stopper. Yorosei Yatsura, the second season. Also Yorosei Yatsura first season, because I stopped watching Yorosei Yatsura in, I think, 2003, because I needed to do some big break, and I finished both the first season and second season in the entirety of of the year of 2024. I had to basically speed on the entire thing. So it's together they are 46 episodes made by David Production. And yeah, what can I say about this anime? I'm gonna probably explain it right now that Yurosei is, if you're gonna ask me what is my latest favorite series, from the latest years I do like really, really much, it is Yurosei, because even though I did discover them in like mid-high school, like in high school to college. No, it was high school. It was basically has now a resurgence where I started to like Yurosei again with a newer eyes, and I did like it a lot. Like it's one of my now favorite 80s series, and basically even if you're looking at the character right now, you see Ataru Moroboshi, who is now one of my favorite series at all. And learning about this new remake did me consider that this was never going to be as good as the original was, because I had some almost like high standard, despite knowing that there was some flaws with the original as well, especially for a later season. But I still think that the best of the original was very high praisable. So I still had some open mind about this remake. But then I learned about how their approach wasn't really going to an adaptation, but doing the best of. And I was wondering how they would actually pull it off. So then when I watched the first episode of this, I was very excited, because I was very excited to see what they would do, because this was now being a UI fan now, basically a Yurosei fan, viewing Yurosei being fan, or being seen with other Yurosei fan, as Yurosei was being alive. This is like someone who was a fan of Dragon Ball Z watching Super for the like following Super for like the first time, like in continuity for every week. And the first episode was very good. I think the story there was very great. And then episode 3 happened. Episode 5 happened. Episode 8 happened. Then episode like 12, and then finally the nail from the coffin was episode 30, and then 40, and the rest of them just happened. And let me just point out all the good stuff. Beside episode 1, I think that some small stories in isolation was quite good adapted. Especially episode 29, which I think it was done greatly, and it was done with a good care. I do believe that some newer scenes, some original episode or new scenes in old episodes did some good. They did some creative, especially for the animators especially for the animators for this regard. Some directors I don't know mostly about, maybe the storyboard is for some episode as well. The voice actor for Ataru I do like. I do like Mendo's Shotoru's actor. I do like Kana Hanazawa. And there are some good voice actors here. And basically Ayuki again. Lum's voice actor, I'm sort of half-half. I do see her as being new Lum. Just doesn't win me over as much. I don't like about Miyoko Shirowasha, and I'm mostly neutral about the rest of them. So that's the voice, that's the good part about those. And I do like about the opening and ending of each season. I do like them the most. I think Maiden Eson was, yeah, there was, yeah, Maison Des does some good songs. I do like the visual aspect on every single one of them. I do like her ending for the first season. And that's and I do like some visual aspect. I do like some redesign of these characters. I do like how they can make Lum look very adorable and also making her look very mean, which I think is on point. The things I don't like is the problems here are fundamental. And if you're wondering, okay, what do I mean by fundamental? I mean some parts of the core. Because this doesn't feel like it's an adaptation. It doesn't want to be an adaptation. It just wants to be the best of. It basically wants to adapt some. It wants to scan some chapters and post them on this episode. Just slap them in there as a storyboard, as almost finished work. Because if you're following the logic and story of this series, it makes almost no sense for what the character sometimes says, even with their own experience. Because some character who's supposed to be having a very bad time and doing all this, suddenly saying, I actually care about this place, it's actually good. It doesn't make sense when how they experience at all. Sometimes it doesn't follow up what they say. It doesn't, sometimes the joke doesn't land as good as it could be, because especially when you have the blueprint as the previous season, some jokes are okay, some are funny, and some just fails horribly in comparison. I'm so tired to hear Love No Love Song over and over again and all its arrangement, which makes me feel that they only watched some first episodes of the first anime and not the rest of them. And it makes false promises in its episodes. It doesn't know how to continue, and it makes confusing statements as well. And it's in the worst part of about all of this is in episode 30. Because I can tell this, never have I seen a comedy or any sort of romance comedy ever commit seppuku on its main couple on screen. And it's not like a literal seppuku doing. It's a figurative seppuku, which I don't know why they even consider doing it. Because when that episode hit, and they did decide to do that, and they didn't do anything about it or an elaboration about it in the next episode. I just wanted to go to the producer and the writers and the director saying, okay, can you take away that series from you? You don't seem to be knowing what you are doing here, because do you understand what you have just created or what you have done here? Like, you just basically just destroyed what you did so beautifully in previous episodes, and just like, I don't know, for whatever reason, which make me so mad. Because this one, Yurusei Yatsura, its highest potential is new favorites. It's A tier, S tier, whatever you want to call it. Because not only do you have Lam, who is iconic visually, and also as a character. You have Atomo Roboshi, who is a very good comedic foil for Lam, and also is a very interesting character in itself in a romantic relationship, in their romantic pairing. But you also have a strong cast. This is the cast you have over, let me see, if this one has only like almost 52 episodes, the original adaptation of Yurusei Yatsura, besides its all moves and OVAs, had 195 episodes. It's that large of a fucking cast. And it's a good reason, because its casts mostly are funny and it's very elaborate as well. Which here it feels it just falls off, because you have limited time to do these characters, especially with the limitation you have given to yourself with this amount of episode. And consider you didn't even consider doing a remake which takes in modern time and want to take place in the same 70s or 80s, you kind of screwed yourself over with the selection you decided here, because they didn't do any rewrites. They just want to adapt the precise from the manga without doing some heavy more alteration they have to do. And it feels that this isn't a problem that is fundamental, that is created by the producer and the head director. Which I believe that they shouldn't even approach this situation, considering that this wasn't really telling a story in that, or conceived story. I used to defend this so much in the time, but then around season 2 ending, it made me a bit bored. Finished, which is still okay. Yeah, the issue here is that when a series like want to throw out their main character for just introducing the concept of time traveling, and they don't like it messes with causality and that much. for no apparent reason, or the reason which I'm unaware of, unless they are telling us in that in that commentary in that Blu-ray, which I wish someone could get and translate. And I just think that they also had very short episode to handle on, because what do you think that this pool demon story? Do you think that story would have affected anything with the characters, or done anything, learn about more of a character, or supported the character and more? Because that could have been replaced with, I don't know, with that shape-shifting dolphin, which could have not only done almost the same thing in bits and parts, but also could have developed more into Atru and Lum's relationship. Even, for fuck's sake, considerably, the first date Lum and Atru has isn't existing in this adaptation. That story has now been replaced, or somewhat what we're suspecting of, has been replaced by Atru basically saying the first date of Lum is basically being jerked to her. Which I don't think that would be in character for him on the first date. And then you have a character who basically would not even appear later on, which serves almost little purpose than just being fan favorite, not fan favorite, but being like pairing materials. Because it feels like unorganized when it comes to these fan favorites, because it feels like they saw a hamburger is the entire series, and people said the meat is the best part, and they only been showing the meat. So instead of eating with the buns and salad and all the dressing, you're now having your fingers in the greasy meat instead. Sure, the meat is fine, but you need like some tissue to take out this greasy fat from your hands and even from your face. Like, this anime it upsets me so much. It's just, you had this one shot, and they kind of blew it. Even in the merch, it doesn't make sense. Like they don't want to do much with Atru instead. They don't want to do any fun. They don't want to transform into a girl or a werewolf, or like to a devil man like with wings. They don't want to do any more fun with that. They sort of like have it very constrained. Because that's why I think it would have been better if it was been a remake. Then they could have their own vision, write it on and go along. Because this feels like it's on autopilot from what they have just been scanning. Like it's the best moments when they have for each series, or like when they have the individual episode, especially for when Lum turns to a cow, or when Atru misses Lum. That is one of those good moments that I think should be praiseworthy. But the problem is too fundamental with this. I'm gonna act as those Chainsaw Man fans, some specific Chainsaw Man fans that wanted a new remake. I'm asking this to send back to the factory. Because goddamn, you could have done so much more. Because consider the fact like this. This might be a hot take for me, but when it comes to the early fandom, like in the 80s or 70s, Yorosei Yatsura is sitting next to Gundam, Yamamoto, and Gundam, Yamamoto, Macross, and even Lupin. Like, it's one of those big series that you could do so much about, and had so much impact on the nerd culture and the doujin scene specifically. And seeing that Yorosei Yatsura have been neglected for so many years, and when this new adaptation comes out, they don't even do something that isn't good, or paying much attention to, or doing some good of it. Seeing end up in a state like this, it's just very sad. Which even make me sad that the Dark Dimension arc didn't even do anything about it, despite all its problem it has. But okay, enough with Yorosei Yatsura. I only have 3 anime left, so I'm gonna continue with Vinland Saga Season 2. I'm gonna try to be short on this as well, but this is something about 24 episodes, Mappa, and it is a seinen, and it's definitely was premiering from the previous year. I was supposed to watch it previous year, but I didn't do it because I didn't have time for it. I didn't calculate time for it. But For those who doesn't know, Vinland Saga is one of those few mangas that has taken place entirely in the Nordic, or mostly part in the Nordic. As of course, someone who lives in the Nordic, who has relatives here in the Nordic, who is basically lives here and being part of the culture, seeing a manga now taking place in here in past time during the era of Vikings, I'm very excited for Vinland Saga, especially for this arc, which I've been very familiar with in the manga, which there I've been, I'm mostly, I'm not gonna say I'm before, but I have caught up, but I'm definitely many chapters before the ending of this anime. And what I can say about this is that it feels that it's on autopilot. Now, when I have most knowledge about this manga and this anime, I feel like this anime is on mostly autopilot, and it's not for the best reasons. Because I feel like Vinland Saga should have been the most highly attention, and should been basically been almost like what's like almost like Berserk level when it comes to animation, when it's very, very, very good for its scene and quality. And I do believe that Mappa should probably done so as well, because I feel like this one has, unless they know a scene is very, very important, their animation is almost like not as good quality, especially for storyboarding. Because I did post a clip about how some animation can be very good, but some parts here it looks very stiff, which I don't like about this Vinland Saga, because you can see all the animation techniques where they are limiting the animation, but they don't really tell much about, don't do any much about it. It doesn't seem to be like you're getting something in return. You're seeing, oh, we're seeing something that is complementary or something that they just need to do to make it easy for animators. This isn't like when we're looking at something like Desagi's work, where when he uses some animation techniques which is helping the animators, but it makes it look gorgeous. Here it looks more like it's just for the animators part. Because when you notice in storyboarding how some shots are made, it's very distracting, and it doesn't feel like it's you're being sucked in the story as much. Despite me liking very much the voice actor in here, and I do really like the message of this story, which I kind of have to now judge it dependently on the anime, because some shots in the manga looks better there than it does in this anime, sadly. And even some mistakes that happens in the manga, or some things that I thought it was very off, like how there's no really real reunion scene, or they seeing the first time, or this genuine reaction of Leif or Thorfinn seeing each other, no spoiler over there, is that it does feel like it doesn't have that oomph, that it doesn't really want to do important stuff like that, or catch one of those scenes that might someone who actually adapting would actually notice. Which I honestly don't like about this anime trend, that some of the stuff are on autopilot. But I do have to recognize it still doesn't good. It doesn't mess up too many things. But it doesn't, at the same time, doesn't impress me as much as the manga did. It's probably, I will say two words, watered down on autopilot. It's a high C tier for me. As a Nordic man, I expected more. Why would you give storyboard to this in this regard? All right, okay. Okay, there's no season 3 announced, so I'm gonna be very disappointed. So we should at least now jump into bam 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 Brave Bond. Do 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 do. A new so do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Maybe we could do take a little break on this. See, it could be BRB. There we go. Hmm. Right, so I'm back. Let's actually watch now baa-san. So, this anime was it's not something I would commit to at first, but I believe that after watching some screenshots of this anime, I just jumped in, and I'm not disappointed what I saw from there. To basically summarize it, is that this is a an anime that is took me surprised. It has many twists and turns, but it provides itself very simplistic. Aliens are attacking Earth, and humans are not very prepared. So suddenly, some big ass robot called Braven comes in and becomes friends with human, and especially with Isami, which is quite funny when it comes to reflect them now this year. Is that there's now two pilots, mecha pilots in this year, which called Isami from Macros Plus and now from Braven, who they have now some sort of a robot which is now in love with them. Anyway, we also have someone like Lewis Smith, who's mostly is speaking Japanese with sometimes speaking English words, who is from United States Marine Corps. And boy, is this anime going wilder and wilder as each episode goes on. Like the entire the slam dunk from like being a real robot anime to actually being a super robot anime. It's just it's the first thing they have to expect. And this anime, despite this being 12 episodes, it feels real much completed. Like if I could probably talk about, and it's made by Cygang Pictures. Not familiar with their games. Let's see. What anime are you doing right now? Oh, you're not doing any cool anime. Oh yeah. Oh, Uma Musume. All right, all right, all right. Gotcha. So it's definitely one of those. Yeah, it's definitely one of those surprise anime that you have because I remember seeing the poster of it. Let me see if we have that poster because this is the poster of the original Brave One. You see this and it's sort of like it doesn't say much about it being a super robot anime. It seems more like a real robot anime or real mecha in this regard. So from when you see this suddenly, you see that this Braven has this silly face and he does all this thing. Braven is a character in itself which is exploding on the screen, and it's so much fun to see him interact with all the humans for the first time to see how everyone reacts. And it's honestly one of the best part, like, and it's honestly one of the best part because he's interacting with Lou Smith, to Isami and Lulu and Superbia and all the rest cast. It's definitely feels like you're putting a special character there who is very passionate about what he does to a guy who has no other option but to listen to him. And the cast becomes learns a little more about themselves about regarding this. And Louis Smith seems to be one of the few people who actually are on board on learning more about Braven. While Isami is like immediately traumatized, actually be punning of it. Then we also have Lulu, who is the like, cute girl, but also very strong in this case, which we will learn more about later on. And then we have Superbia, who is one of the villains who might even turn good. Maybe. This anime is full of surprises, and I do want to say that I want to not spoil it too much about it because the twist of these and the love it has for the robot genre, it's you can obviously see that this is a fan of the very silly mecha genre as well as the real robot. And I feel like the twist of here is I did not see that coming. I didn't see the twist coming, and the twist was hinted in the previous episodes. And I think that this anime was very well thought out for how simple it is. And I think this is also the anime which is also where both Izami and Lewis are both like can also be very romantic with each other. Because obviously Lewis Smith has very deep feelings for Izami, while Izami is very doesn't want to be in this situation at all. It's like he's very more insecure than Shinji is, if you want to take if you know what I mean. But this is like both a very it's a very short and sweet anime, and I do like how this is I like how this anime is perfectly for the 12 episode, despite me saying that I would like it if it was been longer. And I hope this gets to season 2, but the thing is that I don't know what's gonna happen in season 2. It's like what crazy thing can be happening there? The fighting scene is also very fun. It's doesn't not any special fight scene I do remember, but it still has a very good thing in my heart. And I think especially some people are very respectful for Brave One. And I do like the butter opening as well in ED. The ED probably is also very good. Like if you haven't checked that out, you should. So Braven, I believe it should it be. I believe it's in B tier. It should probably be. I believe it's gonna be at least higher than Undead Unluck because the twist there was so much more out there than it was in Undead Unluck, and I do definitely like about the limited the character and the cast. The cast definitely was so much fun to talk about. But now, 3 hours 36 minutes, we are now talking about one of the finals. One of the final episode. One of the final anime that I watched this year, which I think I almost watched the end of. It is Turn A Gundam, which is also Gundam called Turn A, which is a very funny symbol there. I would have put this actually on after T because I've done most of this in alphabetic order, but I think I will go with the symbol S, which is a very special symbol which comes last or not first or last. And Turn A Gundam, from what I heard, just in the fun fact, is that this is a 50 episode anime. This is one of the Tomino's last director scriptor, but I think this one of the last for other Gundam anime, or when it was least involved with. This was made in Sunrise. It's about Gundam. It has a lovely cast of character. It has a good main character as well. It has so much meaning with this. It has different meaning for each characters. It plays with so many different aspects of how they want to play it. Many aspects of like Prince and Pauper, like the people on the moon and Earth, Diana, which I believe it's definitely a correlation not only to the goddess Diana or the name of the moon, but also Princess Diana, which I believe 55% chance that there's a reason why they call that or like come across the mind. But Turn A Gundam, it's about what can I say about Turn A Gundam? Because it's a very interesting concept, and this is a very interesting concept that you don't even need to watch. Like I personally, as someone who has this as their second completed Gundam anime, which the first one was Mercury. I believe this one you don't need to know a lot about Gundam. You could of course know the basic of Gundam, what the UC is, what some entries are about, and what character we are knowing for. But I think they're having some requirement, but as some minimal as well, doesn't gatekeep or not gatekeep, but doesn't put you so off away that you don't know how good Turn A Gundam is. Because of course, there's some issues also knowing what's happened in other Gundam entries, which this somehow connects to, but that is a criticism of itself. But Turn A Gundam is basically what happened after all the wars, like all the devastating wars happened in the world, that humanity almost had to reset itself to some sort of a state that they had back in the, what was it, between, what was it, 20, between the, what was it, 19th and 20th century or something like that. I think maybe like before 1950s or something. To world in 1950s and how people are communicating there on Earth, until suddenly they have something called the moon race come around, where Laura, who is this handsome little fella right here, played by Rumi Park, is visiting Earth in some years beforehand and deciding to be friends with them and actually starting to fall in love with Earth. And as it almost turns out, is that the reason why moon race actually is a thing is that they are the people who have been surviving all that devastating war for so many centuries and been basically living off on the moon almost in isolation. Some of them even been in hibernation. Until they one day now decide to actually come back to Earth again, as it's now being more habitable. Of course, they have to now, considering going off with people on Earth, especially now in America, or in Florida, which this most of the city are taking place in, is that they are really not welcome there, as they are almost seen as an invader. Especially for people, and it's almost like, it's very interesting when it's seeing like, when you're seeing most of the first episode of like episode 1 and 2, and you see how everything is this Victorian era before 1950s style society is, without all the mechanics. And suddenly when you see like the airplane comes in, and then suddenly you're seeing a giant mech with 2 legs coming in, it feels like almost an unreal moment. And it sort of plays wonderful on that, is that it's sort of like, it's almost like World of War almost, but it's sort of like twisted into how me turn more into a Gundam thing. And it's sort of lovely how this kind of cultural clash between how moon race and how the Earth and there, especially Floridans, have been, how they're reacting to technology and how they're reacting to each other, and how they learn a little more about each other, and how they learn about the past, about the Earth, especially for the different name they give to everyone, because all the like, because there's a very crazy idea that you think that something that looks like taking place in the past is actually far off in the future, and now almost like repeating itself. Because then it's like you suddenly go down to, it's like you have some fantasy setting when it's all about elves or stuff, and suddenly you go down to a cave and suddenly you see like it's sort of like big ass lab, like with all the blinking lights and stuff. It's sort of like the whiplash of that one, basically, when you see in one of the first episodes. And it's sort of amazing in all regard, because it plays off very well with how everyone in the cast is reacting to this, and how they are essentially learning from each other, and becomes like sort of a conflict between, sort of like a conflict between people who are living there and then people who want to come back there to reclaim their homeland. Which is funny, because this was aired again on YouTube, or re-aired on Sunrise Pro, I think Sunrise YouTube channel, during the entire conflict between 2 certain nations in the Middle East, if I have to say it myself, but which is good. What a weird timing that was. But this entire anime is, it's sort of like full of ideas, which all of them execute very well. And you can definitely see the touch of Tomino's and his age of experience coming in this anime. And if I have to say from the looks, this anime has very tight writing most part of it. I do like about this character and the side characters, and they both all complement each other's. They add so many layers to what a conflict is, and how even so people who are mostly not never been to war starting to actually become more lusting for war, or at least expanding their horizons. And some people who are been basically working with older technology now suddenly realize they have new technology which they want to see what they can do with it. And there's so many quotes, there's so many like good lines when it comes to this anime, especially for characters like Dianosaurus and Kjelheim, which I do definitely like. And it's definitely, when I think about this as well, like the action scenes are quite choreographed as well. I do like the mecha fights when it comes to Gundam. It makes the machine looks very big despite it's being in a big open battlefield most of the times. And I do notice that this anime is made between the millennial shift, which in other case saying that this was made in 1999 to 2000. And this is probably, if I recall correctly, was one of the last anime which used animation cell throughout, which is quite noticeable when you could compare it to what happened to Big O when it switched out to digital entirely. Because you can still see that there's some digital effects in here, but they are using sparingly and they are not in the main cell. And it's sort of wonderful and it actually gives us amazing vibes. Turn A Gundam also has a very good opening. I do like Turn A Turn. It has this very distinctive sound. It's like it just smash cuts like the moon when it comes to the opening, and with this Mongol throat singing. It definitely set out the vibe when the Turn A Turn, with especially with Aura and the rest of the entire, and the other opening is good as well. It just feels magical. I don't skip Turn A Turn. It's definitely one of my second opening from what I had this year. For the so what can I even say about bad stuff about this anime? It just feels so magical. Well, I could talk about the little bit concerning part about the first one being with how it's now supposed to tie not only to one timeline of Gundam, but with the other several ones at that point, because it feels that with the arc history when they introduce that concept and showing it off, it makes it very, very concerning that, okay, so we are now supposed to smash in all these shows together, which I don't believe or recall having any emotional relationship with each other besides it being Gundam in some aspect. Because I feel like explaining that how everyone is supposed to be together in one timeline is very, very confusing, and it sort of mudders something that was so beautiful about Gundam that it would probably not have helped that much. I don't know, maybe the manga or light novel that has been adapted probably expand more on that, because I do believe that they have to probably have some explanation, because this is several other works which Tomino did not work on, so are now being forceful into this. It does make me feel like it just makes me unconcerned. And I would say that also that the last I'm saying the last, what was it, 5 or 10 episodes or something? Like, I don't know, like when they arrive at the moon, it feels a little bit underwhelming, a bit, because it doesn't feel exactly too alien. It does give some concept that also trying to be at some part that it does feel like, how could I explain this one? It's really hard to put in words. It feels, I wouldn't say it's feel too rushed. It just feel like some conflict that's still supposed to be linger, and some expectation I was having didn't even meet up. But I think that's most of the bad thing I can come up with right now, because Turn A Gundam is, I'm gonna say it's my new favorite. It has so much stuff that it's doing just so well. I also would say that I do not recommend watching the summer movies, Turn A Gundam 1 or 2, because honestly, it misses out so many stuff. It misses so many conflicts with each character, and it would not do justice to do what the story was telling about then, doing everything as it is. But all right, so we have this should actually respectively actually now finish the thing. We'll look at the stream again once it's finished. Oh, it's finished. It's finished. I should probably message that. Did you see Sonic 3? No, I did not see Sonic 3. I I kind of want to. I don't know who I'm gonna see it with, because I want to see it with someone. Because I have no one to really watch it with, and I don't want to go to the theater where we have. I probably gonna have kids. I want to complain to someone else next to me, basically. But I heard people did like about Sonic 3. I'm expected that people are gonna be satisfied with Sonic 3 at least. Is this? Oh yeah, so the stream isn't too delayed. I was now confirming with my other screen right there. But yeah, this is. I will at least thank you all for coming in. Should I change? Okay, let me just see if I can arrange something here. Hmm. So yeah, so new favorites is definitely is a guaranteed. I do like that. Dragon Maiden might come up. Freya might come up later on. Donna might as well come in. Like, hmm, hmm. Went to the theater with sis and mom. They're definitely kids in this showing. Yes, this is supposed to be. This is something we should have to just accept that Sonic is definitely going to a demographic that even moms and sister, even moms are gonna go see it, which is funny in itself because I mean, of course, all ladies from 1991 are now mature, so there's obviously gonna be some hot mamas in there. All right, Kinnikuman is like I honestly gonna want to put Kinnikuman in A tier, but I feel like these animes are doing so much stuff. Like, oh yeah, the best part is gonna come soon. Please watch us. Like these animes are doing it, and I think, ah, come on, why can't you show the best part right now? I know you got some good fights, but if you're gonna say the better part is gonna be in the future, just have it like bookend some parts and not trying to allude so much. Maybe I should just move Brave on to A tier. You know, I should probably do that. There we go. Ah, there. Hmm. Because, yeah, I'm still a little sad that Macros Plus is gonna be in D tier like that. It's definitely sad. Being a Sonic fan in your 30s is a different experience. Look at the mirror. Yes, I look very beautiful in the mirror. Like, you're like, yo, we're gonna have kids soon. Like, it's a very unreal experience to sometimes when you realize at what age you have. I mean, that's how they are gonna make you stay watching the end. Yes, that's true. But you can also have something like, I don't know, like Votomos here, that where you have different arcs, where some of them are completed in one of its own, which feels like it's very like I'm definitely gonna say cliffhanger is good, definitely for that. But sometimes I also say for something that self-contains are quite good as well, because I feel like because I've been tricked before where anime saying we're gonna make you watch this and we're gonna be better soon. Then I watch better soon and then it's just gonna be bad. Like, oh, so what's about this part and this and this? And like, sorry, a writer went on strike. We don't write. We didn't know what we do to this character. He killed himself. Like it's. Oh my god, I've seen memes on Twitter already. Oh Jesus Christ. Waiting for City Hound Angel. Apparently that was showing in state. It was showing in the States? Are you kidding me? Because I'm watching the box office for Angel Dust and apparently did worse than what was it? Like the this Private Shinjuku, which is so weird for me because you think that Angel Dust would be like the bomb considering this is one of the last City Hunter anime. But should I even maybe I should even show up the board because if we are ending this very soon. We are now considering what if you want them adding anything up? Yeah, because like if I had to choose, like, because I don't know about, I have not caught up with, I have not read more about Undead Unluck to see what happened in the future arcs. People say it's apparently good, but I don't trust them. Mahoka has some interesting arcs here, but I want to see how the anime handled it. Kinnikuman, of course, I'm always excited for Kinnikuman. Does it have a good, very good fights with the main cast? I'll probably even move it to new favorites. Could be. I suppose you didn't like. Of course, I didn't like the new UI anime. The problems were too fundamental, despite the fact it had good animation, good storyboarding on some specific episode. When an animation commits, some anime studio just wants to bomb the relationship so hard without noticing it, it's just incompetence at that point. Wikipedia had a review of Angel Dust and mentioned that the tone of it all over page. We'll link it as soon shows the news found it. All right, thank you for that information here. I'm really excited to watch Angel Dust because I really want to see it. I really want to see. I really want to go through like all of the City Hunter movies and specials too, similar to how I did with Lupin's, because those are definitely something to watch through. Because I want to see which one is the best one so we have seen so far. I was just saying it's now City Hunter Shinjuku is not the fair, because that's probably one of the only one I could remember in recent years. Oh yeah, I did actually watch one other. Let's see. Oh yeah, I watched the first movie, but I don't recall much of the first movie. Holy shit. Wait. Wait. Yeah, I have to probably watch the first movie as well. Because I have to, if I still haven't seen them all. Oh yeah. I mean, technically you are correct, regardless, because we haven't seen Angel Dust yet. See if we, I, I'm gonna at least screenshot this and post it on. Yeah, I think I am happy with this. I'm sad that this didn't have much I wanted. Okay, and I wish that we had. I mean, the year was a B tier, I would say. I believe that's fair. I believe that's fair to say, because there's definitely some new favorites we had here. There's some animes that shows a lot of potential. Well, a lot of potential animes right here, we could say. Then we have animes that are really okay. Some who has mixed. This one's really okay. This one really okay. This one, this one was mixed because it had high highs and much downer lows. This one was just on autopilot. This was good, but it was short and it was mostly complimentary. This was too short. This has sort of a dumb moments in them, like some character dumb moments where not when it's supposed to character act like they are, and feels almost like arbitrary at some points. This was too short. I really wish Natsu Crisis was longer and had definitely and translated manga so I could read more about it. Macrosty had the excellent visual I ever seen this year, but the story just committed like suicide on the third, fourth act. And this one was very like it had a lot of work to do. This one, the problem was fundamental. Comparing this one to this one is like night and day when it comes to animation now and how much you paying attention to it. And it's so sad because I really wanted Urasat to be A tier. It's a damn. Well, let's see. Lupin the Third movies. Yes, I probably one day can do Lupin the Third tier list because that's probably going to be a much more shorter tier list per se because yeah, because it's not that much to say to some of them, but there are definitely some movies I have to watch them all or most of them because there are a lot of specials and movies, my dude, and some of them are really, really good. Which I think that some of them are quite underrated in the eye of the public. But anyway, I'm happy that we at least have some people to have to talk about, and I could share, and I did this. I apologize again that this took some time. I wanted to watch as much anime as I could. Some animes did not come around. I'll post this up. I'll have this on. I'll probably clip it in some points, and you can change the image size if you want. Of course, yes. I I do want to also change the thumbnail because it's incorrect in this regard. But I'm gonna post this one in Twitter as well to see the result. And I'm gonna do my best condolences on even posting up the new watch list, or at least the new 2005 animes to watch, or at least complete. But I'm really happy that at least everyone could be here and we could go through this and hear me do this unscripted. Because it was a very fun experience. It was 4 hours long, but hey, it was worth it. So I see you guys next time. And I hope I can do a little more streaming, because I've been missing to do streaming. Now I got a more superior setup. And I hope I see you guys later.